Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call the July 23rd, 2024 Board of Trustees meeting to order. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Call the roll, please.
Mayor Korsbeck.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Here.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Wing.
Here.
Trustee Ayers. Here. Trustee Kurtz. Present.
Excellent. We've got a full board. Next on our agenda is citizen participation. We don't have any signups. This is for anything that is not on tonight's agenda. So we will have public participation for both the short-term rental presentation by our senior planner, Ton Hillenbrand, as well as for the Green Lawn Cemetery presented by Keith Knowles and Clerk Sabora. Is there anyone that didn't have a chance to sign up that wants to speak to something not on tonight's agenda? Okay, thank you. Next will be consent. Trustees have anything removed from consent? We have meeting agenda, minutes, and board report. Otherwise, is there a motion to approve?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second. All right, we got a motion and a seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing.
Yes.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Ayers. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Abstain.
Trustee Albrecht.
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz.
Yes.
Mayor Korsbeck.
Yes. And yeah, you were out of town.
No.
Yep, thank you. That's perfect. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy was out of town, that's why there was an abstain. Next is a Green Lawn Cemetery presentation on all the great work staff is doing to bring Green Lawn, our cemetery, into the future. We have Keith Knowles to present on that. And Clerk Samora. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Korsbeck and trustees. Before you this evening, we'll be presenting a little bit of an update on a project that we've been working on at the Green Lawn Cemetery for an expansion as well as other improvements. I'm Christian Samora, Town Clerk here at the Town of Berthoud. With me is Keith Knoll, our Public Works Operations Manager. I hope I got that right. I got it.
Thanks, that's why I just say Keith Knoll. It's always a new position.
So I'll go ahead and get started here and we'll have an opportunity for any questions or feedback that the board may have. And it's a lot to absorb, so no big decisions today. But if you have any questions, feel free to stop me and we can get those taken care of. So with the Green Lawn Cemetery, staff looked at the cemetery to try and identify improvements that may be needed out there. If there's going to be a potential expansion, what improvements can occur at the same time. That way we're kind of catching everything all at once and giving attention not only to a new portion, but also attention to the existing cemetery. So with that, we'd be looking at a new area to the west, and that new area would need to have harmony with the existing cemetery. And for reference, the cemetery is at the corner of County Line Road and Mountain Avenue or Highway 56 east of town. So with that, we would also be looking at permanent irrigation in all areas of the cemetery, as well as an updated non-pot connection. And so in the cemetery, I'm sure you've noticed that in the summertime, there's the above ground lines, especially in the older section. So we'd be looking at a permanent irrigation system. That way it's all below ground. A little bit easier setup, easier maintenance. Keith, feel free to stop me if you need to add anything. Improved facilities, including the maintenance yard, cemetery, as well as public restrooms. If you've spent time out at the cemetery, I'm sure that you've seen the facilities around the public restrooms. It needs some improvement out there for sure. Veterans Memorial is included in the concept plan for the expansion. A designated plaza or ceremony space that the public can use. That could be used, say, for ceremonies on Memorial Day, Veterans Day, things of that nature. With that plaza space, there would be adjacent parking spaces that would be ADA compliant, as well as new restrooms. Monument signage at the entrances, additional plots and columbarium spaces, and I'll get into some details about how that kind of breaks out. New fencing along the west and south side of the cemetery, and spaces to reflect. And by that, I mean pathways, planted areas that individuals can walk. Maybe there's benches along the way if you'd like to maybe sit down and have some time to yourself. We've had quite a few meetings to develop the concept plan that's before you this evening. It's been a mixture of what I call creative meetings where staff gets together, kind of brainstorm different elements that could be included in improvements at the cemetery. Meetings with Wank Associates, our designer that we've been working with, as well as an update that was provided to the port committee and some initial feedback that was received from the tree advisory committee. So in total, we had, from my count, 10 different meetings on it so far. I may be missing some, so don't check it. So with the expansion, there would of course be additional plots and burial spaces that would come with that at the cemetery. And I added this slide in there because we'll be talking about upright markers, flat markers, and columbariums. And I really wanted to give a visual as to what that means because not everybody knows. And that's okay. So upright markers, a great example of that is the southern portion of the existing cemetery, where the markers are above the surface of the ground, upright, more traditional headstones. The flat markers, if you think of kind of the middle of the cemetery going north, where the markers are flat with the ground and can be mowed over, so that helps with maintenance. And then the columbarium. Columbarium is typically above ground. There are 2 existing columbariums at the cemetery now. This proposed concept would add quite a few extra. So there would be improvements made to the existing columbarium spaces as well as an additional columbarium in the expansion. So this is an overall view of the concept of the expansion as well as the existing cemetery. And let me get my laser pointer here, that way I can point a few things out. So we would be looking at a fenced maintenance area in the northwestern portion of the cemetery, kind of out of the way and in a space that can provide adequate space for a building, storage for equipment. That way it can all be fenced in and secured at the same time. We mentioned permanent irrigation in all areas of the cemetery with a non-pot connection. Additional upright plots that would be down in this southern portion here, consistent with the existing cemetery. Additional flat markers, which would be in this portion here, also consistent. And then columbarium spaces. Now the columbarium spaces would be combination of additions to the existing cemetery as well as an addition in the new western part. So in the existing cemetery, here's kind of a larger view because I know that map's really hard to see. So imagine kind of 4 columbariums perhaps in an X configuration, kind of like a small plaza with additional benches, plantings. That way it creates kind of a small space to reflect near those columbariums, as opposed to the columbarium kind of made in the middle of the grass, the way that it is now. 2 public restrooms, those would be located centrally here in the expansion. And in addition to that, there would be a Veterans Memorial, dedicated parking spaces, we mentioned that. 5-foot pathways that kind of meander through that addition. And along those pathways, you would have those reflection spaces with the benches, the plantings, little bit of a buffer along that western side there because that is a private residence on that plot, on that parcel. And so we did look at buffers along that edge as well, so that we can be cognizant of the fact that that is a private residence. The roads through the addition would be consistent with what is existing in the cemetery right now. New cemetery signage. So over here on the east side here, right now, I believe there's two buildings, kind of a fenced off area, so that would be removed. And there would be monument signage added with landscaping and plantings. That way it can serve kind of as a main entrance with the addition of the roundabout that I believe came before the board in January. The existing sign at the cemetery will remain. There's no plans to remove that. We recognize that it's been there for a very long time and don't have any intentions to change that. Along the west side here and the south side, there would be new fencing. Along the west side, we'd like to work with that adjacent property owner to ensure that the fencing selection is something that really is agreeable to the town and that property owner, since it is so close to that residence. I believe there's a distance of about 58 feet or so from the home to the property line. So something to keep in mind there. And then along the south side, we have this example here that's a metal fence. It could also be something maybe like a split rail, maybe something that blends in with other fences that you would see in the community. Materials may be more like a composite. That way it's low maintenance, but it's also very attractive still.
You built on stone or anything?
We did discuss stone and even combinations of, say, split rail fencing with more of that kind of monument stone column every so often, so that it's very visually appealing from the frontage. So that's definitely been in conversation. I really like that idea myself.
I really too.
Actually, it just looks boring. Looks like a prison.
So we can take that down as feedback that there needs to be stone columns.
I think it'd be great.
Wonderful.
And then what about the east side road improvements? Anything over there on the curb appeal, I guess maybe you'd call it, or?
On the east side, in the concept plan, there are not any improvements along the road. It would be very central to that entrance point with the signage and landscape improvements.
I mean, that's gonna be kind of, you're driving in place, I don't know if there's gonna be any improvements, at least on the southern part to the entrance. To kind of make it look welcoming and kind of guide you to that, because
To that side there.
that whole side is kind of not really finished. It's kind of, there's no curb, there's some trees over there. I mean, we're doing all this fencing on the west side and on the south side, but then it kind of looks like, oh, we forgot to do the east side.
Maybe a little bit more to tie that in.
Yeah,
We could certainly
make
look
it look
into
like we
that.
forget about it.
I think we had discussed almost like wing fencing at the entrance. That way the entire run isn't fenced. But maybe just at the entrance, there's some fencing that ties in with what is on that southern frontage there.
Say winged fencing, like two ends.
Kind of like sections of fencing without completely fencing
Yeah,
the
okay.
entire frontage.
That's
So,
the one that's long line.
yeah, we could look at something like that.
It just
So those are open, yeah, but I see your point, yeah. Does Loveland or Longmont have anything as far as the entrances being fenced? No, the rest are
I'm
open.
not sure.
Wait, no, I
But
think
we
it's
can definitely take a look and see if maybe there's some other ideas out there as well.
I assume they'd have a gate. No, to get in late at night or.
I don't believe that they do. So we can certainly take a look. All right. So this is a little crude, so please excuse the work that I did on this afternoon. So with this here, I wanted to kind of illustrate where that roundabout is going to be placed. With those two entrances on the south side of the cemetery, you have one here, one here. This one here would really become more of a maintenance access with either a locked gate here completely closed off, because there really can't be an entrance off of the roundabout like that when that is constructed. And then this right here, we would be looking at more of a right in, right out to encourage visitors to come to that east entrance where you have the roundabout to safely turn left, as opposed to turning left to cross the parking traffic. This is a more detailed view of the memorial building and plaza that's in the addition on the west side. And so with that, you're going to see amenities like a columbarium wall. And so with a columbarium wall, imagine a wall that's maybe 3 feet high or so, and it kind of fades into the landscape. The grading comes up behind it to make it kind of seamless. And so that wouldn't be a wall sticking up out of the ground, but rather kind of the front of a hill coming up. Comparable scale, we have some examples here. Kind of looking around, this is Spring Canyon Park, a Veterans Memorial in Fort Collins. That would be at the very west end of Horsetooth Road, I believe.
Okay.
And so with that, for the Veterans Memorial, that's something that we could reach out to the American Legion or the Veterans of Foreign Wars to get some ideas on that as well. And I would imagine that we'll need to coordinate with those organizations for a dedication of that space also. So as far as materials, these are examples. These aren't exact materials that will be used, but really looking at what is existing out there. That way the colors kind of flow through the whole cemetery and it has that harmony throughout. And this new addition feels like it's part of the cemetery as opposed to something that was added later. So with that, you would see perhaps pavers, maybe in these bands in the memorial. In this larger area here, Chris and I were actually looking at this morning. Rather than pavers, maybe as a cost-saving measure, we could do stamped concrete to kind of have a similar look and feel while also having some savings in that regard.
Do we have many town pavers from the sidewalks unclaimed, or are those already pretty redistributed?
No, we have the most we're getting are from the alleys.
Okay,
And those
probably
are
not
those
enough to
unique.
cover that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So we are gathering many pallets of those right now.
So I'm wondering if we could use that for this, but is it enough?
Just for this site, probably not enough for the whole area, but
The
I
one-
think we have enough to mix into some decent patio areas or picnic areas throughout different projects.
Okay, just curious.
Good question. And with that, there would also be planted areas with perennials and pollinators, similar to what we see in other public spaces in town. This is kind of an overhead view to give you an idea of what it might look like. So you have your columbarium wall back here. These, I believe, Keith, you can correct me if I'm wrong, kind of the idea with this here is to provide a space that people can spend time and then also to give recognition to the different branches of the armed forces.
Correct. There should be 6 benches and then also 6 bands there. And an important aspect of this is we wanted the veterans aspect, but then we also have the columbarium wall to the west. So it's not a veterans columbarium wall. It's a space that's can be utilized as both, and doesn't feel just as a veterans memorial, but can be a site for everyone.
Do the veterans have their own section, or they're kind of mixed in?
Throughout, correct.
Include Space Force.
Yeah, the 6 for the branches include Space
I
Force.
think we're going to need 7.
Yes.
Okay. Johnstown had that problem too with their
Going
bridge.
through my
So.
head going, wait a second, we're missing one.
For sure.
that's a
Yeah.
good idea. We'll need to double check that
Mhm.
because Space Force was
Was that one up on
established
the
a few
top?
years ago.
Marketing just decide when
And then this is a view looking west. And so really the idea with that is to keep that western corridor clear so that when you're in this space, you can see to the west, you can see to the mountains, and it really creates this very picturesque space that people can spend time in when they're visiting their loved ones at the cemetery. So with that, Any questions or feedback from the board?
So six does include the spaceport, right?
It's seven, anyway, is that the parks is the seats supposed to be tied to each one?
Yeah, the idea was the 6 benches would each be, would have some,
Each branch.
yeah, represent each branch, maybe have some.
So there's a total of 7, right?
Army,
Army,
Navy.
Navy,
Air
Air Force, Coast Guard, Marines, and Spaceport.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think I got those right anyway.
I would think that's six.
We were sitting there I was sitting there counting like, I think it's, maybe there's 7. Am I doing the math wrong?
I think that's all.
Anybody-
Oh.
that's- We had some letters of complaint earlier, a couple years ago. Have you worked with like John Beck and his family and some of the other people that have written in concerns about, you know, maintenance and that were left thereof with the cemetery a couple years ago?
Yes, I believe that Keith has been in contact with a number of folks that have had concerns to help get those addressed.
Just wanted to see if we reached out to them and had them be involved in this a little bit. So
As far as involvement, I'm not sure that we've done that as of yet.
because we had quite a few people writing in with concerns, so I think inviting them in to have some input would be kind of a good olive branch to make up for that.
Okay.
Trustee Wing.
You mentioned you had some creative meetings. Did you outsource this or did you do this internally?
So it was a combination of staff meetings as well as working with Wank Associates
Okay, nice job.
for the concept design.
Really, really nice job. On one of your early slides, you put how many were available, how many plots.
Oh,
On
yes.
the one, there's none. And that's why I was wondering, with this expansion, is there any more available or is this with the expansion?
Thank you for that question. I forgot to cover that. So with this expansion on this slide here, you can see in the upright markers right now, there's not any available. And that is in the older section of the cemetery. The expansion would provide 768 additional spaces for upright markers, the way this concept is
So
designed.
the top boxes are additional.
That is correct.
On top of what, okay, wonderful.
Yes. And so flat markers, 1117, and then 274 additional columbarium.
And I'm just not informed on this next question. Do people buy the plots from the town?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Yes, the town maintains the cemetery, and we also maintain all of the plot sales and records of ownership for the plots.
And to keep the consistency in each one of these 3 different areas, we use the same company to provide these monuments. Is that accurate?
There is a monument company that we most often use, that the families work with, that abide by really the standards that we have for, say, the flat markers, to ensure that the sizes are consistent and they're placed consistently in the cemetery.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Any questions?
Yeah, I got two questions real quick. Just had a quick question on the uprights versus the flats versus the columbariums. Do you know the prices for those currently, what we're selling them per flat? Otherwise, you can look it up later.
I don't know offhand, but I can certainly send that out.
That'd be
to the board.
appreciated.
Certainly.
And then the second thing was, you stated the intent was to preserve the existing signage that we've got on the property.
Yes.
Was there any intention to add to that or just leave it as is kind of?
Yes. So we would preserve the existing signage as is, and then add monument signage at the entrances.
That's all.
Andy Johnson, Eagle Scout Project did that sign.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Nice.
I have a question if there's no. Ryan Armitage, representative, approached Administrator Kirk and I about a veterans memorial. We're working on kind of self-funding that, how to design. I think this is a great idea. I wonder if he could just see this and see if.
I think we can absolutely work with him to incorporate that statue
Yeah,
concept.
that statue, yeah,
Absolutely.
especially if it's self-funded.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Regarding the maps, I know we have a map, and I try to use. There's a little kind of an old, almost like hand-drawn map of the names of the families and how to find the markers. Is there any thought? I mean, probably going forward, we'll have a pretty accessible map retroactively for the markers that already exist, is there a way we could have that map a little easier, or is that kind of a more confidential thing?
No, not necessarily. We could create a map that has public information on it. And that's actually something that we are planning to accomplish using GIS so that all of that information is available on the website.
Oh, perfect.
And you would be able to click on a plot and then see that plot information.
Awesome. Yeah, it's like
Would that
awesome.
be
I'd say a
searchable
part of
then?
this, but it'd be awesome to
That
have
would
it
be
on the website.
searchable, yes.
Doing ancestry or whatever, it popped up in a search someplace.
Most definitely. Yes, right now when we have inquiries with ancestry research or family members, that all goes through the office right now. And we are able to, of course, locate those individual plots and then provide the families with a map and an area to look in. That way it's easy to locate that plot. But with the GIS, of course, that will be much easier for
Yeah, I was saying, I wonder if we include in this, but GIS and websites even better. So,
Yes, yes.
with the columbarians, Cindy, financial director Cindy Leach, a while ago we would go over this, and columbariums weren't that much cheaper than upright markers. Is there a consideration of kind of adjusting that to make the columbarians a little more affordable?
We could certainly look into that.
I mean, that might throw off some stuff, but the idea was kind of a little more density. I hate to talk about this like a development, but it kind of is. Have a little more density for columbariums, kind of encourage that way.
Does one person go in one of those?
So yeah, that's a great question, and I can kind of touch on both of those. So with the fees on the markers, that is established by resolution by the Board of Trustees. So it's definitely something that we can revisit, look at other cemeteries, see what they're charging, see what makes sense for Berthoud. What we have seen, especially in recent years, is that families are looking for a solution that has the most value because a funeral is very expensive. And so a lot of what we see is a little bit of a movement more toward cremation as opposed to a full body burial. And looking at the columbariums and the flat, even the upright markers with columbariums, there can be 2 cremated remains interred into each niche. In a flat marker and an upright, it can be up to 3. And so you will see families look and go, okay, I'd like to have maybe 6 or 9 spaces, so I'll purchase maybe 2 or 3 plots. That way it's a little bit less cost, a lot less cost up front, while still having space for the family.
Fantastic. Personally, I think it's just awesome. So thank you both. I mean, irrigation, like Trustee Hardy brought up, there was a lot of questions about irrigation. I think staff tackled that great, but going forward, I think this is those that were a little worried would be very satisfied with this update. I think it's very
Wonderful.
classy and respectful too.
So we'll take all of the feedback that we received this evening and see how that can be incorporated into the design as well.
Trustee Hardy, if they would reach out to, we can have a final presentation after this, or is this kind of?
This is very
and final.
early on.
What?
This is very early on.
Yeah, great,
in the
okay.
design.
I would say
Yeah,
we
so
could just
this is-
invite Teresa Morgan and John Beck to the meeting, or
Ramsky?
Teresa Rinsky, thank you.
From this.
Yeah, absolutely. And that way, instead of you guys having to reach out and have this conversation one-on-one, we can just have them come in.
Yeah, either way is perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions, comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
That's good.
I had a few comments real quick.
Certainly.
I don't know if anyone agrees with me here or not. I wanted to bring up kind of our discussion in the tree advisory committee. We kind of talked specifically about the trees. I think there was a general gist that we kind of wanted to pursue more small to medium-sized trees, more ornamentals, as opposed to kind of the larger ones that we've got already in the older section. So more smaller, medium-sized stuff, and sporadically using kind of the larger trees was one of the comments that came out of there.
What's the reason, do you know?
Largely the maintenance aspect, but also to add some like color to the actual cemetery. We've got a lot of similar species, especially in the old portion, and a lot of those larger trees, just because the way the plots are and the size of them, it's really going to be challenging to get them out, if ever. They almost have to fall down for the crew to get in there and get them. So just going forward, we kind of want to avoid some of that. Doesn't mean we can't have some of those larger species, just probably not prioritizing that, I guess, was kind of the gist. And then I'd love to see more fence concepts. I can't say it tonight. Along 56, but I also think it'd be a good idea to kind of look as an add option for just extending it along the east side all the way to the main entrance, and deploying a wing on the north side of that, I think makes sense. You know, how to do that, I was okay with kind of the black fencing that was kind of shown there, or something similar to that. Big comment that I'd have would be largely to just break up that pattern, whether it's stone pillars, or, you know, you could even do kind of a laser cut panel like the signs were done to kind of break that pattern up and stuff. I just think it's important to get our frontage, especially along 56, right.
Just as a point of clarity, if you don't mind, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Sure.
The black fence that we showed was really intended to surround the maintenance yard at the back corner of the property. We were thinking more of like a, at least we've had discussions about 3 rail along the frontage, with, you know, as you mentioned, maybe even stone columns, some privacy fencing that's either made out of some composite material, something very durable and long-lasting on the western side. So I think you're right. Coming with some different fence options in the future would be great.
Yeah, I'm open to options. Low maintenance, obviously, but something that looks good. The last thing I wanted to bring up was just generally kind of the stone palette that you guys have going along with pavers. It kind of looked like it was going in more of a black and gray direction. I guess I'd like to see it more earth tones to match kind of the architecture and the flagstone. Whether it is or it isn't, just from a color standpoint, to kind of
Colors seem
match
more
those.
like DC, like what they do in like Arlington and stuff like that. They use a lot of gray stone because it's
Yeah.
what's out there. But
Mhm.
here we're looking at redstone, so I kind of like the idea of the more natural Colorado stone versus what they use everywhere else for national cemeteries.
I think it'd be worth entertaining that option.
Certainly.
That's all I've got.
Other comments?
Just a couple, I think this is beautiful. The staff has done an amazing job. I mean, we talked about updating the space and making it more maintained and beautiful, but this far exceeds, I think, everything I had imagined. And it also, it honors not only those who have been laid to rest, but to honor the military when we do our Memorial Day services out there, to be able to have a designated space where you are reflecting and you're honoring the people that came before you and laid their life down. I think it's beautiful. So I'm really grateful. Design wise, I think it's exceptional. And I really, just from my perspective, love the grays and whites and think it's clean and it's just very sophisticated. And I also like the black. This is just my personal preference. I like the black iron gates. I think it is, it's just very regal and beautiful. And I even had a thought that David Norrie, I don't know if he's still doing custom work, but he did the gates at the museum. Those were like those custom intricate gates, and it'd be really neat to have something like that at that south entrance. Maybe some custom work alongside to mimic what the Historical Society did, because that really is a historic site at that south end of the cemetery, and to honor and tie that in might be kind of lovely. And then I also would second what Mayor said about having a map, because it is, you know, like a lesson of, you know, who's here and getting to walk around and learn a lot and honor the people who have been there. So thank you guys. This is absolutely beautiful. I love it. Let's do it.
Thank you.
Other comments?
Turning point.
Good job. Mind if I add a little more? I agree with that, having a kind of a more of a palette. I also like earth tones. That was just my thoughts. I wonder if there's a way to incorporate both in different areas. Having it kind of open, I don't know, I kind of like that, unless staff wants to, you know, unlock for the weekends and stuff and each night, you know, I don't know. But-
Close like that.
Yeah, we would.
We wouldn't close the roads or anything like that.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay, so this is kind of just a look, the gate wouldn't be functional unless it's towards 56.
Not keeping anything in.
Okay, cool. Unless it's the structures, right? That's kind of where
For
the maintenance structures.
Facility, it would be completely fenced with the gate. That's correct.
Makes sense. And then with the trees, it's kind of maintenance issue you're saying, and also kind of back in the day they'd plant them and then they'd plant them too close, and now they're heaving over the upright
Yeah.
markers.
That's what we've got going on in the old section. That's
Yeah,
what
I noticed that. I wonder if there's a way we could have trees. I mean, the shade's fantastic, but a way to be accessible for the trucks to if they need to go down or.
Yeah, and we've been
Does that
having
work?
those discussions with Paul, and Paul is really good about giving trees their space in there. You know, I think the old cemetery designs tried to combine the two together. Even the newer cemetery sections with trees, there's plots laid right up to the trunks of the trees. So,
Okay. Yeah, it's tough to tracking down the families and know it's dead.
so yeah, now we know. Give them their space, keep them separated, and that's what we do here.
Awesome. I love the diversity too, and having the smaller trees.
Just don't wanna have to wear sunglasses, right?
Yeah, the newer section is a little more sparse with the trees, and it does get a little
Toasty over there.
toasty over there. Yeah. So Anyway.
How about lighting, literal, like lighting, is there anything,
romantic or
special? When people wanna go in the evening or something?
Yeah, can't really
Oh.
do, like no, like uplighting for the flags, but that to go against our
No,
dark sky.
I mean,
You're talking about lighting the view, the markers.
parking lot lighting, so you can,
I see.
is there any thought of that?
I don't believe that we discussed that, but we
Okay.
can certainly
Something to
look
think about.
into that.
And LEDs, they really torch up and they're inexpensive to run and they cover a lot of space.
If there was a curb, you could do some like almost like movie theater lighting on the curb to like shoot out across the parking spot, so at least you can see where you're standing. It may not be like big lampposts shining down, but
Food for thought.
Definitely. Thank you.
Visiting markers at night, flashlight, way to park. Right. That's kind of the idea. Okay. Yeah. You're very romantic, very classy. So, thanks for your work on it. Is Port seeing this, or is this just us planning?
We only brought it to Port as an update, nothing to comment on. We can do that if we want to. It wasn't a park, it's not a recreation area, so that's kind of.
Yeah. No, I think the update's appropriate. Unless someone feels that we definitely could.
That's
today.
fine. There weren't really any comments to me either, so.
Is there any in the audience that wants to question or speak to this? Lynn, if you come to the front.
Lynn Larson, 205 Hubble Street. I just have two quick questions. One, I think you addressed it, but I didn't hear it. Is there a plan to get outside assistance for financing the memorial? I heard you talk about the VFW and the American Legion, but I wasn't sure if there was trying to get grants or whatever to help finance that part, or is this the plan to all come out of the general coffers for the rest of the cemetery? The other question that came up in my mind while I was listening, I know it's not a military organization, but has there been any consideration to include in the memorial the Merchant Marine? I know they were big during World War II. They lost as many people as a lot of some of the other naval forces, the Coast Guard and so forth. But I think I would like to just put in a pitch that maybe we should consider including the Merchant Marine in that naval part of the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. I can just speak to the what the presentation of Representative Armagost was, and he was looking at different location, different like a statue, to have that totally self-funded, but kind of looking at us. Well, I think for some help, but also locations. As far as grants for the whole facility, I can't really speak to that.
That's certainly something we could look at. Our intention was to use town funds to do all of this construction.
Awesome.
To clarify, would this be replacing, initially we had talked about having a memorial at the town park development, and so this would be the new location. Is that correct?
I don't think that our expectation is necessarily that this would replace, but could be an enhancement too. But Keith or Christian, if that, do you have any thoughts?
I don't believe think that we had any discussion to have this be a replacement. So I would think that it would be in addition to anything else that's been planned.
And I think, we had talked previously about the memorial at Town Park that was planned in the initial concept plans for phase two. We really saw more of a memorial style where we might partner together with the VFW and American Legion or others. They might help manage names that get included and things like that. This is more of like a recognition of the military, sit and reflect on loved ones who may have been in the military, but not quite the same way with, like you might picture like the Vietnam Memorial Wall, right, where there's names. That's not what we're talking about here necessarily, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Okay, so this is kind of just a celebration or a recognition of service. And names would be more citizen names or whatever would be more appropriate at the town park.
And the cemetery is a great place to have a ceremony for a fallen soldier or something of that nature, Memorial Day. So that makes sense to have something there that's official. Okay.
That's it. Thank you very much. Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you both. Okay, we can now move on to the bulk of the agenda tonight, and that'll be the short-term rental regulations update. This is generally informational. This will be presented by our senior planner, Todd Hillenbrand. And I know we have some people in the public that would like to, of course, I'll open it up to public comment as well on this. Todd? And Director Johnson, apparently. Makes sense.
Good evening, Mayor Karsbeck and members of the Town Board of Trustees. As many in the audience this evening are not familiar with the process behind writing code, especially new code, we're going to do just a quick intro to why and how we write code. And this will be before we turn it on over to Senior Planner Tom Hillenbrand. So, code considerations. So, in general, these are best management practices for why we do code. That they need to be a positive impact to the community, present solutions for good reasons, consider lessons learned by other jurisdictions, offer clear expectations, and be able to pivot when an amendment might be needed. Code changes should not detract from the vision established by the community or negatively impact other divisions and departments. And amending code is time consuming and it considers the unintended consequences. We can't catch everything. And we do practice shooting holes in our code in the proposed language, and it really is about striking a balance because you're never going to be able to please everyone. So drafting code amendments and new code additions, again, is very time consuming. We don't take this task lightly, and to do it right, it does take time. So we're excited tonight to bring this to you because it does take time. So again, why do we expend this time? Is because if we don't have clear intent and clear expectations, it wastes people's time, and wasting time is disrespectful. It's a transparent and efficient process, so it ensures due process for everyone. It provides orderly development, and it supports the vision for Berthoud's future. Establishes efficient services, so we're fiscally responsible to all. Find a balance for the majority, and again, we're not going to be able to please everybody. There are going to be outliers, but what our goal is to find that balance and to write code for the majority. So we look for best management practices and industry standards for other communities. And again, we always have to pivot and participate in continuous improvement. So again, we can't please everybody, but we do write code based on best management practices. We will accept that there are outliers. We want a solid code. That's what's being presented tonight for the majority. And then we will continue to pivot as time requires us to do so. All right, so why are we here tonight? Number one, The use is prohibited in the town of Berthoud right now. So individuals came to the town board of trustees and said, we would like the town to allow this use in the town. So that is the root cause of this problem. It's prohibited. And people came to you and asked if you would allow staff to expend time to consider how to allow short-term rentals in the town of Berthoud. We listened to the voice of the citizens. We listened to you all. And we listened, so those in favor, those opposed, the town board of trustees, planning commission. And through this time that's exhibited on the slide, the town board requested staff to develop code for consideration. Again, you all may decide that short-term rentals are not for the town of Berthoud. However, we've provided you with code language to consider should you want to include short-term rentals as a land use. A subject-specific web page was developed to communicate process, to receive comments, suggestions to edits were considered. Some edits were made, a draft was presented. The final draft is being presented tonight for an introductory meeting. And again, those BMPs or best management practices and industry standards were followed, again, to find a balance for the town of Berthoud. You're gonna hear code outlined tonight in just a second. The second meeting may lead to a vote if you believe that change is needed to allow short-term rentals in Berthoud, that short-term rentals offer a benefit to the town, and then you will be asked to reflect on how the code change contributes to the vision established for the town of Berthoud. And if you say yes, then you adopt the code and staff implements, we monitor, and we make progress. If not, then staff is going to continue to monitor and manage those that are still operating. So tonight, this is a common slide. You probably all have it memorized by now, but it's a good one, especially for those in the audience. So tonight, you're going to hear the agenda item. It's introduced by staff. Staff gives a presentation, it describes what the issue is, describes the code that's being presented. And then if you choose to open it up to public this evening, we can listen to testimony that's provided, any input. Usually people have a speaking time of 3 minutes. And then once everybody who wants to speak has done so, then Mayor Karsbeck will close that portion of the meeting. And then you all discuss and vote. Staff is here to answer any questions that you might have. But we're here to listen, and this has been a really big project. Hats off to our senior planner, Ton Hillenbrand, for doing an exceptional job getting us all here today. And with that, unless you have any questions about the process or why we're here tonight, I'm going to sit down and turn the fun part of the meeting over to Ton.
Thank you very much. I just had a couple clarifications. I believe short-term rentals were not allowed, but they were being done. And it was actually Don Zante Court that brought that to the attention, and then the town enforced the development code to not allow them. Not that they were the other way around, that
That's partially true. We've shut down several short-term rentals in the past. It had been probably a year or more since we had gone through and done any enforcement action, and so there were a number that had opened, either that we were unaware of or that we'd not received complaints about. And you're correct that primarily one house on Vincente Bay Court is what spurred most of this conversation.
yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to make that clear. Just also a clarification that it said public hearing on there, but this is more of an intro. And then, yeah, we'll open it up to public comment, of course. And finally, just want to address to the trustees, this is a very short paper. I met with a couple staff members today, and there's some questions asked last time, so I just wanted to listen out what I heard, send it to staff as well. Very late, so sorry. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Our senior planner, Hillenbrand, thank you.
All right, good evening all. Thank you for having me, Ton Hillenbrand, Senior Planner. So, as we begin,
This request is to introduce ordinance 1342, proposing regulations for short-term rental regulations, amending chapter 30, section 1 and section 3 of the Berthoud Municipal Code, and introduce resolution 2024-09, amending the town of Berthoud fee schedule to include fees for the short-term rental application review and licensing. More specifically, amend the town of Berthoud Development Code by the addition of a new definition for short-term rentals, and update definitions for bed and breakfast found in section 1 and section 3, revise the use tables found in section 3, which include zoning district and process requirements, and add use-specific standards found in section 3, including standards that apply to all short-term rentals. Amend the town of Berthoud fee schedule by adding an application fee and adding a development review deposit fee. So the information contained in the next 4 to 5 slides, I realize, is intended to serve more as a refresher and for record, so bear with me because most of you are probably very familiar with this information at this point. So as the town board of trustees are aware, the town's development code articulates allowable uses in the zoning chapter. Only those uses listed in the code are allowed in the zone districts indicated. If a use is not listed in the code as a principal use or a conditional use, the use is not permitted. An STR, or short-term rental, is generally defined as a dwelling unit rented to transient guests for short-term lodging, which is 30 days or less, when not occupied by the owner or the operator. A short-term rental is currently an unlisted use on the town development code and therefore is not allowed, as Anne pointed out in her presentation. The development code currently defines and allows bed and breakfast use in certain zone districts. A bed and breakfast is defined as an establishment operated in a private residence or portion thereof, which provides temporary accommodations to overnight guests for a fee and which is occupied by the operator of the establishment. Many jurisdictions have developed programs and regulations to manage short-term rentals and achieve positive outcomes. While short-term rentals provide options for visitors and owners, short-term rentals could impact the neighborhoods in which they are located. Some of the more commonly expressed issues related to short-term rentals, consistently expressed by the community members, include parking, loss of sense of community, and noise, amongst others, as listed on your screen. As you all recall, following discussions with staff regarding the benefits and common issues, the board decided to move forward with allowing short-term rentals within the town and requested the development of a set of standards to ensure the health and safety of renters while managing impacts to the surrounding neighborhoods. The regulations contained in the public hearing draft address many of the common issues addressed here, which were discussed with the town board during multiple work sessions over the course of the last few months. It is also important to note that many of the community comments we have received over the course of this project consistently revolve around one or more of these issues. In January 2024, staff presented the methodology of collecting community input. This included an introduction to the short-term rental regulations project webpage and the launch of a community questionnaire to collect feedback on short-term rentals. The purpose of the project webpage was to create a place for community members to get up-to-date information on short-term rentals and on the project, including access to a project timeline and project documents, and contact information for staff so that they could provide comments or ask questions throughout this process. The purpose of the short-term rental regulations community questionnaire was to gather general feedback and ideas from the community early on in the short-term rental regulations project process. The questionnaire was available to the community from February 1st to February 16th, and as you may recall, in the 2 weeks that the questionnaire was active, 437 community members completed the questionnaire. The feedback received through the questionnaire was valuable and guided staff in developing the first draft of short-term rental regulations, and thereby created the public hearing draft of regulations, which is presented to you tonight. Although you received a summary of the questionnaire back in March, you have been provided a copy in your packets this evening. The summary can also be found on the project webpage along with other project documents. In addition to the community questionnaire, staff completed extensive research into other jurisdictions' short-term rental regulations to better understand common issues related to short-term rentals and the common practice amongst those communities to address those common issues. Those communities are listed on the screen. Many of the proposed regulations reflected in the public hearing draft are consistently seen in other community short-term rental regulations. Many of these standards are recognized as being reasonable and fair and are considered either industry standard or recognized as best management practices. Staff also met with special interest groups, including town staff, Berthoud Fire District, and Safe Belt. And Safe Belt is the town's building official. So to collaborate on best practices and approaches to the application process and life safety inspection requirements. Based upon the research completed, comments received from the public, including work session and email comments, special interest group discussions and discussions with the town board of trustees during work sessions in November of last year and January of this year, staff developed the first draft of regulations. And the first draft of regulations, as you likely recall, were presented to you all and discussed at the town board of trustees work session in March of this year. The board provided valuable input on a number of items and requested revisions of others. Those revisions and points of clarification are reflected in the public hearing draft, and we will discuss those revisions in just one moment. I would like to take just this moment to reiterate that community input we receive, including email comments, are reviewed by staff. We have received community feedback in a number of ways. So through the community questionnaire, which again, we received 437 responses, which, take it from me, is an incredible turnout and response. We've received some email comments, but overall, the majority of the community input we have received to date is during our work sessions in November, January, and March. So they have been, work sessions have been very, very important and essential in this process. All community input is invaluable, and it lays the foundation for the proposed regulations. Simply the act of creating regulations is in response to community input. It takes time to exhaustively review every comment to ensure we have captured the many unique perspectives of the community. And although the regulations may not reflect the exact language or specific suggested comments for the handful of community members, staff have produced regulations that strike a balance for the majority. Not all comments or suggested language provided by the community is appropriate for development code, or in some instances do not support the direction the board has decided to move. Some comments that don't lead to specific code language help us in developing internal process, so such as application requirements. Overall, the most of the proposed regulations can be directed back to community input. So for instance, limiting one SDR per property is directed back to comments regarding density as well as neighborhood character. The proposed regulations contain 3 requirements that can be directed back to comments about parking. So now, turning our attention to the draft, I will give a high-level review rather than getting to the specific details, meaning that I won't read the proposed code regulation by regulation. So the public hearing draft of short-term rental regulations amending the development code is organized based on sections of the development code. And you all are familiar as the organization of this draft has not changed since the last time we spoke at the last work session. So first presenting is definitions, then defining where short-term rentals are allowed based on zoning districts, and then addressing the use-specific standards for short-term rentals. The use-specific standards are organized into subsections. The first subsection proposes short-term rental business license requirements. The second subsection proposes general standards for short-term rentals, and then the general standards cover the majority of the regulations and address many of the best management practices and industry standard requirements seen in other jurisdictions. The third subsection proposes safety standards, while the fourth and final subsection addresses taxes, record-keeping requirements, and enforcement. Following my presentation, of course, I can ask any and all questions you have about any of the regulations. So as noted previously, the Town Board of Trustees provided valuable input on a number of items and requested revisions on others during the last work session in March. The following slides provide those requested points of consideration and revisions and how those points have been addressed in the public hearing draft of regulations. So number 1, the board requested a limit to the number of licenses an owner could hold at any given time. And as a result, staff added language to section C4. that states a property owner shall obtain no more than 2 short-term rental business licenses in the town at in any given time. Number 2, as you likely recall at the last work session, staff presented 3 options addressing a total cap on the number of approved short-term rentals. The board confirmed a preferred cap option of 50 total. Language was added to section D1. Number 3, during the last work session, staff and the board noted that a clarification needed to be made to the use of multifamily in the general standards, specifically the clarifying multifamily apartment dwelling. The language has been added to section D3. 4, the board requested clarification of revisions to the parking requirements. Language, as the previous language was a bit confusing. So staff reworded the language provided in section D7 so that it reads the required minimum number of guest parking spaces rather than all guest parking spaces. And 5, during our last discussion, the board pointed out that some homes, especially those in Old Town, may not have garages or driveways. And per the proposed parking requirements, this could create challenges for those homeowners. As we discussed with the board, the appropriate route for those homeowners would be to pursue a variance request with the Board of Adjustment. This would be the best route forward in those unique and rare instances. Number 6, the board requested additional life safety details in the safety standards section. As a result, additional language was added to section E4 for the posting of a sign containing information typically needed during emergencies. And in addition to these 6 requirements, the board requested more information on how the Larimer County defines a bed and breakfast use and how that in turn determines taxing of the property. This information was requested to determine if it would be beneficial to modify the Town Development Code definition of bed and breakfast. The board did not direct staff to make changes, but rather to investigate the practice of the county. Following the March 26, 2024 work session, staff had the opportunity to discuss this in detail with one of the county's chief appraisers. The chief appraiser explained that the assessor's definition for what is considered a bed and breakfast is based on state statute, meaning how the town defines a bed and breakfast use within the Town Berthoud Development Code has no bearing on how the county assessor defines the use and thereby the valuation method and tax rate applied. Based upon this information, there would be no benefit or justification to modify the Town Development Code definition of bed and breakfast. The Planning Commission heard this request at their regularly scheduled hearing on June 27th. The Planning Commission recommends the Town Board of Trustees approve Ordinance 1342 and all attached ordinance appendices on second reading to be held on August 13th, 2024. The Planning Commission also recommended that the Town Board of Trustees consider specific enforcement measures, particularly time of response and revocation of license, and consider the distribution of short-term rentals and rental units within the town, including consideration of setbacks or a buffer between approved units, including buffer for single-family and multifamily units. Following the Planning Commission hearing and based upon the Planning Commission's recommendation, staff completed additional research and analysis on current enforcement standards in the Development Code and separation requirements as well. Based upon that analysis, staff provides the following information. So Section 5, enforcement of the current Development Code establishes requirements and standards for enforcement of all regulations contained in the Development Code, inclusive of short-term rental regulations. This section addresses specific activities violating the chapter and remedies and enforcement powers, including but not limited to revoking permits or approvals issued by the town. Because enforcement is addressed in Section 5 of the Development Code, it is not necessary to repeat the requirements and standards in the short-term rental regulations. After reviewing Section 5, enforcement with the Town Neighborhood Services Team, or co-compliance, and our town attorney, staff revised language in the public hearing draft of short-term rental regulations, specifically Section F3, simplifying the language and making a direct reference to Section 5, such that a short-term rental business license constitutes a permit and this section shall be enforced in accordance with Section 5 of the Berthoud Code, Development Code. Meaning that Section 5 would blanket apply to short-term rental regulations. The proposed change has been highlighted in the red line version of the draft regulations for ease of reference, which is contained in your packet. So the practice of administrating a buffer or a separation requirement for approved short-term rentals was first discussed with the board during work sessions in November as well as in January. Based upon those conversations, a buffer requirement was not pursued. However, after receiving the Planning Commission's recommendation, staff revisited the concept and adds the following language to the public hearing draft of regulations, specifically section D2, for consideration by the Town Board of Trustees. A short-term rental must be a minimum of 500 feet from another short-term rental. This distance is measured from center of principal dwelling to center of principal dwelling. This language is also highlighted in your red line version of the draft for ease of reference. So next steps, code amendments, as you know, require 2 hearings with the Town Board of Trustees. As previously noted this evening, tonight's hearing serves as the introduction of the ordinance, amending the development code. The second or final reading, where the board will make a decision, is scheduled for August 13th. If the regulations are approved on August 13th, the regulations will then go into effect 30 days later. In the meantime, staff will continue to develop and refine the internal procedures and policies necessary to implement the short-term rental business license review process. This includes structuring the application packet and submittal requirements, creating document templates, and creating the life safety inspection checklist. One important note, one of the required submittal documents will be a letter from the applicable HOA or Metro District, confirming that the covenants or the community allows the short-term rental. For instance, Heron Lakes covenants do not currently allow short-term rentals. Therefore, the property owner, if interested and located in Heron Lakes, would not be allowed to move forward with the town's licensing process because they could not provide the required letter from the Metro District. So following the approval of the final Town Board of Trustees public hearing on August 13th, staff will host 2 public webinars to go over the short-term rental business license approval process for those property owners interested in applying. These webinars will provide valuable information about the application process, submittal requirements, and expectations for the required life safety inspection. Attendance to these webinars is not required as part of the application process. However, staff would highly recommend attendance by anyone interested in pursuing license. The first webinar will be held on Wednesday, August 14th at 6 p.m. and the second on Thursday, August 15th at 7 a.m. The same information will be shared at both webinars, so there's no need to attend both. And staff will post information to the public, the project webpage, and the link is provided on your screen, including a link to each of the webinars in the coming weeks. We will likely send out an email containing information on the webinars to those individuals on our short-term rental project contact list as well. So if anyone joining us today that hasn't already been added to our contact list would like to be added, they can send an email to the project email, which is str@bertha.org, as seen on the screen. And I will share the contact information again here in a moment with the next slide. So, to circle back to the Planning Commission recommendation noted on the screen and in your packet, the Board of Trustees may give direction to staff to bring Ordinance 1342 with the above referenced revisions back for consideration at a second reading on August 13th, 2024. And as I wrap up, I would remind the town board that this is an introduction of the ordinance amending the development code and resolution amending the fee schedule, and that the board would not typically make a motion this evening on the request. And I am certainly available for any and all questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Planner Hillenbrand. Trustees, questions?
Do you have a couple yet?
Sure. I had a specific question on section 3G2 and the setbacks, which we've got stated at 500 foot currently. How would that function from an enforcement standpoint? Recognizing that obviously it would probably revolve around, processing order, I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? And then the second aspect, for residents or prospective short-term rental owners, to abide by that 500-foot limit, would we be posting some sort of map or GIS, for public use and stuff?
Absolutely, good question. So yes, as of right now, one of the many things that we are working on behind the scenes, our GIS guru is currently creating a map for us. And so that map will be interactive, it will be public facing, and we will also have an internal site so that we can track using this map. But each of the approved short-term rentals will be highlighted on this map. It will be so that you can search by address. You can search your own address to see if there's any short-term rentals even in your own neighborhood. That map will also have a buffering layer. So essentially, say, you know, this is 6 months in and I decide that I want to put my property as a short-term rental and pursue the process. They could go out to this map and they could put in their own address and then put in a buffer to see if on their property, if they would be overlapping an approved short-term rental. If they could, that then would be their indication that, oh, I likely won't be able to apply. And certainly they can still reach out to staff and we can confirm. But like I said, in the regulations, the 500 feet would be from center of dwelling to center of dwelling. And the intent of that, there's two, is that generally, of course, the residence, which is where all the activity occurs, would usually be then that point of issue. So if there's a noise or parties or what have you, it's from one building to the next that causes the problem. Rather than if you have larger lots, which we don't tend to have super significant large lots, but if you had one house at the corner of, say, a large lot, and the second home was at the opposite corner of a large lot, we want to be fair in that really that issue, like I said, is between residence to residence, not the in-between space. And so that's one of the logic behind center of dwelling to center of dwelling. It's also one of the ways in which GIS with address layers tends to be address points are on the dwelling itself. Not in all instances, but again, our GIS personnel can create that layer so it's center of dwelling so that it is consistent every time, every property. But again, that map is intended to be public facing and will have that buffer layer, which will help staff as well as the community.
Perfect. I have no other questions.
Awesome. Thank you. Trustee Kurtz?
Thanks, that was actually one of them, and thank you for the very thorough explanation. I was just wondering how that center to center of the dwelling unit was going to be calculated, and that it's not subjective, it will kind of be spatially based, so
Yep.
thanks for that. Let's see, I'll just kind of go in order here. So on the bed and breakfast definition, and I appreciate you addressing it because we did talk about that at the last meeting. And I do remember that there were concerns expressed by some of the, I guess, current or maybe future STR operators about tax implications. But I think there was also maybe code requirement implications as well. So I get what you're saying about the county not really caring what our definition is from a tax perspective, but I guess maybe from a town code perspective or any other building code perspective, is there parity between a bed and breakfast and an STR, or would one be more burdensome than the other?
When it comes to the approval process, so from the land use perspective, no, there would be, I believe, bed and breakfast, and I think Ann could probably quickly look that up. I believe in most zone districts where it's allowed, it is site plan review, which would be consistent, so similar to what we would see for short-term rentals. So no, short-term rental would not be any more burdensome than a bed and breakfast, and would have similar submittal requirements. So many of the requirements for the application submittal will be similar to our other land use applications. So of course, an application form, proof of ownership, you know, we have our standard documents. And I would believe that the review process, probably for a short-term rental, we're hoping will actually be a much shorter review process than what we would likely see for a bed and breakfast. The one component of short-term rentals compared to a bed and breakfast is that a bed and breakfast use would likely require referral agency review or a larger spread of referral agency review, whereas maybe a short-term rental, we have a select, more narrowed down referral agency pocket. So that's like the fire district, our building department, engineering, water utilities, just to make sure that there isn't any red flags.
No, that's helpful, and I might just want to also flip that the other way, because it seems like the primary difference is a bed and breakfast is essentially a hosted, where an owner lives in it, and versus an STR would essentially be vacant unless there is a temporary occupant, right? At least according to the proposed definitions in section 1. So,
For me as well, trustee Chris, one of the other differences is that bed and breakfast may rent each individual room. So you may have 4 or 5 renters in the same bed and breakfast, where typically in a short-term rental, there's one renter occupying the entire property.
right. That makes sense, but I guess just kind of flipping the question around is, I'm just thinking of like a bed and breakfast, something that would be classified as a bed and breakfast might be literally somebody with a spare bedroom, you know, and who is looking to occasionally rent that out to earn some extra income. So I think we've established, and I appreciate the explanation, that STRs would not be more burdensome than bed and breakfast, but would bed and breakfast be more burdensome from a code perspective for STRs than STRs?
Right. And I would say that I don't believe that they would be more burdensome. And again, the idea is that they are not, they're site plan review in only a handful, and then other zone districts, it's used by special review. So with use by special review, would go to public hearing, whereas the short-term rental would not. That's already an established process, and certainly if that is something following short-term rental in this discussion, we could reevaluate that, but that would be a separate code amendment. So bed and breakfasts we already have an established approval process, and that isn't under question currently. But if that is something that arises from this discussion, we can bring that up at a later code amendment.
And I guess, you kind of read my mind, is if we realize in practice that this just doesn't quite work for a certain sector of bed and breakfast, you know, would we be open to essentially addressing it so that there's, I guess I'll just say it's more fair, you know? The whole reason it brings me up is it just kind of seems like somebody who's operating a single bedroom is getting put in one category, and someone who's operating a whole house is getting put in another, and I just want those to be as equal as possible, and if they're not, figure out a way to make them equal in whatever code mapping that makes sense.
I think one thing then to clarify is that bed and breakfasts currently don't have their own use specific standards. So we are establishing right now use specific standards for a short-term rental. Bed and breakfast would have to meet the requirements of, you know, if it's a new build, all other regulations within the development code. Whereas these would then have to meet these specific standards. Bed and breakfasts, of course, don't have like a life safety component, whereas short-term rentals do. Because again, currently, I guess I would make the argument that because the property owner or the manager is on site with the guests at all time, that might not necessarily be necessary. But again, if that's something moving forward, we want to reevaluate and establish use specific standards, we certainly could. We could look at that.
That makes sense to me, and I totally appreciate, especially what Ann kind of set the conversation up for, is you can't necessarily get it all right, or maybe even first go around. So just making sure that if we find out it turns out it's not very fair, that we correct that. I have additional questions, but I wanted to see if anybody else had questions on the bed and breakfast definition, that issue specifically.
Trustee Harris.
Yeah, I had a similar question, and this is just a clarification for me. So for an operator who is using a bedroom or a section of their house as opposed to setting aside an entire home, if they were to somehow create a separate entrance or a separate living space, that doesn't make it an accessory dwelling unit, correct? Would that satisfy it being a short-term rental instead of a bed and breakfast because it's a separate living space?
That does complicate the situation.
Okay.
So if you have a single family dwelling and you convert the basement, say currently you do rent out the basement, the room in the basement, however that is, as a bed and breakfast, meaning that you're on site and there would have to be clear access in the residence. So the usable space would have to be accessible to your guests as well, essentially. Doesn't mean you're letting them access every part of your house. But that would be that bed and breakfast, because that would be technically on site. The moment that then say you went in and you decided to close off that internal access, that there was no longer any clear path from the basement to the main floor, and you couldn't go from inside the house to the basement, and the only way you could come and go was through an exterior entrance, that by definition is creating a separate dwelling unit. So, and it gets tricky in that scenario, especially if it's a basement in a residence, is that certainly you, in some respects, can see that as an accessory dwelling unit, but the moment you put in, there is no clear delineation and you have a kitchen and there's only one exterior entrance, you get on these lines in the building code that then you can now potentially be creating a duplex rather than an accessory dwelling unit. Duplexes then trigger building code requirements that require separate utilities, that require, I think there might be building separation requirements, but you have to have your own heating and cooling system. You have to have your own, I believe, water taps, 2 separate water taps, sanitation, all that. So it starts to get very, very tricky once you eliminate that internal living space to living space, if that makes sense.
It does. Yeah, and yeah, thank you for that clarification. I'm just trying to figure out a workaround, because it seems to me that someone who wants to operate a bed and breakfast, fine, but it seems like a lot of the complaints that we all have gotten are about behavior from the renters, and it seems like it's kind of to your point, it seems like it's unfair to I guess, quote unquote, punish what would in effect be a property manager who's living on site, who could immediately take care of problems with the extra burden of running a bed and breakfast, as opposed to someone who's living within the regulations that you guys have set up, within 20 miles, I think is what it was, that wouldn't be able to immediately correct a problem. It doesn't seem fair to that operator. To burden them with something that's obviously separate, but that's a comment, not a question. So, but yeah, thank you.
Regarding, I think, this is regarding sorry, bed and breakfast.
If I may briefly, I apologize, Trustee Wing and Karspec. Just one addition to the comment that you made, which I think is absolutely reasonable and appropriate. There have been situations in the past where people were renting rooms to individuals in kind of a bed and breakfast style scenario that lived on site, and they were not good managers and they were not good neighbors. And so, while I think certainly having someone on site, and I think one property in particular was early on in my tenure here, probably 6 years ago in Heron Point,
You remember that?
where it was a regular problem from an enforcement standpoint, from a police standpoint.
Construction contractors, right?
I don't even remember who was coming and going. I just recall that being an issue because they were renting out individual rooms, sometimes on a short-term basis, sometimes on a long-term basis. But having someone on site necessarily doesn't mean that they're going to be a better manager. It just means that you're likely to have more tenants, or there's a possibility that there may be more tenants. But again, just as something to consider, you'd certainly love to believe that somebody on site who's an owner would take better care of their property and be a more mindful neighbor. There have been specific instances where that's not the case.
Next, Trustee Green.
So for the purposes of issuing the 50 permits or licenses, we don't differentiate between a B&B and a short-term rental?
Yes.
Yes,
So
we
the cap is only applicable to short-term rentals. These regulations are short-term rental regulations.
So
We're
there can
not
be as
discussing
many
bed and breakfast.
B&Bs as,
There's no
cap.
There's no cap. And as far as I know, I don't believe we have any approved bed and breakfasts in the town.
There was one.
Was there one?
At the roundabout at First Street. Maybe you may be familiar with it, been here a little bit longer. But it's no longer in operation.
And along the same lines, the the regulations for short-term rental versus bed and breakfast, do we differentiate between the two on that?
Yes, so
Okay,
this,
that's
yeah,
okay.
these are only applicable to short-term rentals, so where you rent on a short-term basis, 30 days or less, and no operator or owner is on site with the guests.
And from a technical or semantic standpoint, bed and breakfast is not a subset of a short-term rental. They are
Correct.
distinct.
It is a, just defined development code, it would fall under a lodging facility, but also under lodging facility would be a hotel and an inn.
Okay.
Is defined in our code.
They are separate land uses.
Yes, separate land uses, separate where they're allowed in certain zone districts and approval process. Those are, yep, completely separate.
Thanks. You got a question?
No, I have additional questions about other matters, but
Do you mind if I add on to this?
yeah,
Okay,
for sure,
thanks.
yeah.
So with a bed and breakfast, are you required to provide breakfast? Or-
No.
Okay. Interesting. I agree with you. Okay. That's it.
Bed and breakfast option.
Yeah.
So I just want to, I guess.
That was a serious question, by the way. That probably
No,
sounded
absolutely.
ridiculous.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. I just want to restate it so I understand it, or so I think I understand it. And you tell me, you know, you got it wrong, or yeah, that's about right. So the definition has no tax implications, and we've kind of worked through that. So Larimer County's definition of an STR versus a bed and breakfast was going to apply regardless from a tax perspective.
Correct. Larimer County Assessor's definition.
From a kind of town code perspective or regulatory perspective, I know there's some differences, but you would say if you were to put them both on a scale, they are approximately equal. That's the intent anyways.
Yes, I would agree that they're approximately equal.
And for clarity though,
Yeah.
I don't know that we would say that is our intent. What we're talking about is regulating short-term rentals. There's already a land use category for bed and breakfast in the code. There's already a process for those. We haven't touched it. We're not updating it.
Yeah.
But I would say that they are relatively similar in terms of their burden, but very different in terms of process.
Yeah, I think I guess where my question is coming from is that the trustees had at one point said, yeah, let's just go ahead and be consistent with Larimer County, and that was going to clear up a few things, you know, not just the taxation issue, and we're not doing that. So I'm just checking to make sure that we're still clearing up the other things, if that makes sense. Yeah, so.
Clearing up the other things.
Like code requirement parity
For B&B or
Yeah,
for bed and
yeah.
breakfast?
Yeah,
All right.
Can I just
See-
that real quick?
yeah.
My brain is trying to compartmentalize these things. So what we're discussing is short-term rental, and I think what you're trying to do is figure out where the rented rooms fit into either bed and breakfast or short-term rental. And I think what I'm saying is that it doesn't. It is almost a separate thing because you can't regulate it the same way as either entity. And
Yeah.
so I think bed and breakfast is separate. They've operated in Berthoud. There's already code. It's successful. We should come back to it and discuss it further so it can be maybe, you know, more regulated to, you know, to be more, so we could have more in Berthoud. But I don't think the renting of rooms really applies to this code because we can't regulate it the same way. Like it won't fit. Like it's almost its own niche. Does that make sense to anybody else?
I kind of feel like
I
bed and
agree with
breakfast
Trustee
should
Kurtz.
be something different than STR because they're two separate things.
Right. Yep, that's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to understand. And I mean, and the reason I'm talking about it is because the definitions are laid out in section 1, so it is something we're having a first reading of tonight. I'm just trying to get.
No, I think it's important because you're hitting on what a lot of people have brought up. So
Yeah.
I think it is important.
And I'm speaking out of turn a little bit, and Tom may give me a dirty look appropriately after. But the regulation that's in front of you prohibits short-term rentals and accessory dwelling units. I think there's good reasons to do that. I think there may be reasons not to do that. And so in a permitted accessory dwelling unit, you cannot operate, at least the way these are drafted, a short-term rental. Some of that is for housing reasons and creating housing affordability. That's kind of one of the main reasons why accessory dwelling units are in the code. And there are other kind of challenging procedural and structural issues associated with that. But that's something that may address some of these concerns
Yeah.
if you chose to allow them in accessory dwelling units.
Sorry, my next
But they are prohibited here.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Mr. Kirk. I think we can close out the bed and breakfast for now, the definition. I trust that they're equal-ish, and if they're not, so I did have just a general question about the ADU exclusion, and I didn't actually make the connection until we were midway through this conversation. And I get the affordability kind of concerns because the idea, I guess just to state it, would be if you have an ADU, we would like to see those become long-term rentals, right, to help with housing access and more attainable housing.
Multi-generational kind of housing, right? Those kinds of things.
Yeah. Which I appreciate, but I think there's like another side, and I'll just state it, this is a comment, I'm not asking for us to change it unless everybody on here agrees, but just I do think that there are some folks who would only do an ADU in the event that they could turn it into an STR, and maybe that ADU would split its time between an out-of-town grandparent and some time with an STR, and that's like how the whole thing would work. It would generate extra income, therefore making it possible for that person to be retained in Berthoud, so it's more like housing retention or resident retention. So I just wanted to make that comment. I'm not asking for necessarily an edit unless others agree. I only have one other comment, and that is so overall great. I think you did a fabulous job. This is super nitpicky. The webinars are like 12 hours apart, and just if somebody's on vacation, they're going to miss them both. So my question is, are they recorded?
Yes.
Okay.
So we do
What was recorded?
The webinar, the informational
gotcha.
webinars,
Okay.
in the event that this all goes through over the next 2 readings, we're scheduled back-to-back days, and I was just curious, that if somebody happens to have a conflict within those 12 hours, they would not be able to attend.
We scheduled to avoid internal conflict.
Yeah, okay.
So, and the intent of having the 2 webinars at opposite times of the day is to then, of course, accommodate individuals who have maybe unique work schedules or family dynamics.
I thought that was thoughtful, but
Yeah.
they'll be recorded.
We do intend to record. We'll record both, and the better of the 2 will be posted out online. So with that, I can give you a little more information too on what our intent is moving forward for a short-term rental project or a web page essentially on our planning department's website. So we will have currently, if you go out there, you see we have like a current development review projects tab, and we have a signs tab. We will also have a short-term rental one moving forward that will be solely dedicated to short-term rentals. So it will provide helpful information about short-term rentals. So like a link to the code or specific that will take you directly to the requirements once they're adopted. How to apply for a short-term rental, and there will be one of the recordings from the webinar. So if anybody misses out or, months down the road, it will still be valuable, helpful information, we hope. And if anything becomes outdated, of course, we intend to then record new webinars. But I think it's helpful for somebody to be able to walk through in a recording the application packet. So we'll have a lot of helpful information out there. That's where you'll also access that interactive map. And then we will also have a direct link to our neighborhood services where you can already report a concern, but we'll also put that tab, if you will, that will take you if you need to report a concern to code compliance essentially. So we hope to have a website that will be a very helpful tool for everyone, whether they're operators or their neighbors or somebody, potentially who's looking to move to Berthoud. It will just hopefully be a really great place to land if you have questions on the topic.
Thanks for that. Again, just thanks for running in this marathon of sorts. I don't have any further questions right now.
Awesome. Any other questions and comments? Go ahead. Trustees.
So you just answered my enforcement question. So if someone does have a complaint, those will be tracked or possible to be tracked
Yes.
on the website. So
Yes.
that doesn't leave it up to the property manager to report.
So if you, correct. So if you report a concern through our neighborhood services department, it is, an email tracking, and they will respond in that way, and then, yeah, will be historic record of the issues that have been.
So is there a way to, I guess, for any complainants, is there a way to officially report a complaint that was sent out to a property manager? Does that make sense? So that if someone calls and says, hey, I'm having a noise ordinance problem, and they call the property manager like they're supposed to, can they then go and say, hey, on this date, I made this report to this property manager?
Absolutely, and that's what we would encourage. So we would always encourage, and on that website, we'll, say definitely first try the property manager. And you always, in any instance, can also report it directly to code compliance. But we always want, number one, try to property manager, because if it can be resolved immediately, of course, we all want that. But yes, if you get no result, and even if you feel like it's continuous or this is multiple times, we would then encourage, yes, to absolutely reach out to the town as well and report that concern. And that will be tracked, and then our enforcement, our neighborhood services officers will investigate, and then they'll keep track, so that, again, at renewal, as the regulations are written, that if we have continuous complaints, we can take that into consideration annually and do have the ability to assess that and determine renewal of the license.
So on that note, what sort of, I guess, what sort of enforcement or records would be kept with the property manager to make sure that the complaint was noted, to make sure that the complaint was carried out? For instance, if there's like a noise complaint to the property manager at 3:00 in the morning, I assume code compliance is not going to go out immediately and check out the situation, right? So
There's limitations, right?
So what sort of record keeping or what sort of enforcement records are going to be kept to make sure that those complaints are handled timely, if at all, and when at all, and to make sure that that record is not just, for lack of a better term, not just a neighbor complaining about something that's not, I guess, a legitimate complaint, but that this was a complaint that was taken care of and it was an actual violation.
And any document or record keeping, of course, would be the responsibility of the property manager or the owner, should they choose to be the property manager. Of course, that is highly recommended, and we would recommend that of them, that they keep record, because if our neighborhood services officers wanted documentation, they could rightfully, I believe, ask for that. And we do state that they needed to keep record of their rental, and it needs to be available to the town when necessary. Then, of course, the town's gonna keep record, and whatever, and I believe Teresa is joining us this evening. And so I believe that when they receive a complaint, there is a process, obviously, that Teresa and her team would follow, and keep documentation and confirming if it was addressed appropriately and accordingly. How, I don't know if she wants to address what that would look like at that point. But there is a structured system into how they then, if it's not resolved, sending out a letter, and then there's a response time that they have to come into compliance if it is an ongoing issue. And yeah, so there's 3 letters total that would happen.
This is kind of a piggyback, and it's more of a comment, but I brought you in that little book that Airbnb published that talks about they can help handle complaints too.
And then according to the regulations, the property manager and the contact information, everything has to be posted externally for the neighborhood, for the community.
So once it is approved, they would be required to send neighborhood notification to adjacent property owners within 500 feet of the approved short-term rental. And that is one of the templates we are creating. So it will be a standard template provided by the town that they would essentially fill in the blanks of the property manager information, and they are then required to also send us a copy. So we will have that documented. Of course, it's trusting that they have sent it out. We will also include the property management information on that interactive map. So when you click on the actual dot that represents the short-term rental, that is some of the information that will come up and will be provided. So there will be multiple ways in which individuals can access the property manager information.
And my final question is just, you already answered this question. I just wanted to make sure, once again, I understand it correctly. If these regulations are passed, this would be the town of Berthoud saying that each community, each HOA, and then the independent homes have the ability to have a short-term rental, but it is up to each HOA, each district, that if it is a separate entity, to secondarily control those. So if an HOA or a district does not want short-term rentals to be included in their district, it is not allowable.
Correct. So yes, so if these are adopted, they will be applicable across any and all property that is within the town limits. Each metro district or HOA, any community that has covenants, can choose to elect to say that we don't want them in our community. And therefore, that is why we were requiring at submittal that they provide a letter from the HOA or the metro district confirming that they are allowed per the covenants within that community. Because then, again, we don't enforce covenants, and the metro district or the HOA would be responsible for enforcing that. However, we still want to be proactive and we want to take that step because, of course, we don't want to approve a short-term rental in a communities that doesn't allow them for the covenant, because that's problematic.
That's at renewal as well, at the annual renewal.
Correct. Yep. We want to make sure that nothing changes. And I would imagine that over time we'll get a pretty good idea of which metro district or HOAs allow and which don't. And so we'll be proactive in that way as well and keeping that within our own records.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the work that you've done. This was very clear and concise. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Yeah, that was one of my questions as well. Yeah, I think the way you've structured this, it seems like it's almost like you have your cake and eat it too, because we're gonna allow these communities essentially to supersede the town, if you will, in deciding they don't want them. So they can make those decisions for themselves. The other thing I do, just a clarification, so on the first come, first serve, that's for a year, is it a calendar year? And are we gonna open it up like on January 1st? What's the thinking on that?
Yeah, so our plan is that, yes, the renewal would be required by January 1st. However, we will open it, the way we will structure it is that they need to submit the renewal application by December 1st. So that if in turn they don't submit, they could essentially complete out their whole December, say, reservations. So it would get them, they can complete out what they have in December. And if they don't submit by December 1st, then come January 1st, we'd say, okay, your license is no longer valid and you no longer have that. So of course, from January 1st on, then they would not be able to have any reservations.
Somebody who's getting a renewal has no preferential treatment over a new person though, correct? It's first come, first serve?
No, so once you have an approval, you essentially, that is your approval.
So you're locked in, you can renew every year?
You can renew.
Wow.
Yes, there would be an annual renewal process, assuming that you don't have outstanding complaints or unresolved issues. And there is a renewal fee and you have to go through a renewal
So it's
review.
almost like first come, first serve the first time,
Mhm.
and then you're kind of guaranteed if you keep it active, okay?
But however, there's also the transferability limitation, so if the property sells, it generally would not be transferable unless you get written consent from the town. Yes. However, with a cap, I suspect at 50, we don't expect that will
You'll
fill
hit
up
the cap?
immediately. I don't believe so.
I thought I heard someone say or read it in one of your notes that multifamily was excluded from this. That's not the case, is it?
Multifamily apartments is what we clarified.
Versus a townhouse or a condo?
Correct.
Okay.
So those would be an individual ownership and they're technically, so as a multifamily apartment complex, that's one, it's not individual ownership. So, but if it's a townhome or condo, that would be individual ownership and technically would be its own parcel, if
Okay,
you will, or lot. So,
thank you.
yes.
What if
So-
they're on both sides of the town?
So if you adopt the regulations as drafted with a 500-foot separation, that potentially could then limit if it's out two ends of the apartment or the townhome per se. it would impact that.
So
So,
we wouldn't be able to get 2 licenses for their townhome.
Most townhomes are in less than 100 yards,
Correct.
so it would be
No, but
tough
if
to get
someone
two
got it-
within one complex.
Yeah, I mean, if they're brand new or whatever and they go in and they buy both, they wouldn't be able to rent short-term out of both of them.
they wouldn't be able to due to the
Because
separation
they could
requirement.
pursue a variance, like a parking variance issue, but that would be the only.
And generally with a cap, staff would not support that, so.
And then, since this is just a reading, we're not set on the 500 yet or 250 yet, right? Or is it?
That's correct. You guys you haven't approved anything, you can change all of this, you can throw it out, you can adopt it as is.
Because as a town, we could say 250 and then Metro District could come in and say, well, we
I
want
think if we
500.
throw it out, Tom's running out the door.
And that would be their, yes, so if they were more restrictive, I suppose they certainly could do that, but that would be their responsibility to enforce that. We would not keep tracking of that.
I'm sorry. On that note, they couldn't be less restrictive.
Correct.
Okay.
So if we said 500 separation, they couldn't come in and say, nah, we wanna do 100.
I have questions. Sorry, go ahead.
One more, just addressing ADUs, how many have you seen come through planning for approval?
ADUs. So there is not an actual land use approval process. You do not have to get planning approval. You do have to get a building permit. I'm not quite sure. We get questions about them, but I don't know how often we actually see them.
There's actually quite a few in town. that I'm aware
And they may be existing. So really, I think an Old Town probably has quite a few historically existing.
of. And so, they're either 1 month to 6 month or even full year rentals that I've seen.
And then you have like Prairie Star but that was how those were structured. So that was part of their plan, the overall building plan. But overall, when it comes to somebody who already has an existing residence, yeah, lots of questions, but not, I don't know that we see. Cause I certainly would see those permits for doing a setback review, and as of yet, I haven't seen one.
Okay.
Trustee Sorsili, I'm sorry, jeez, Albrecht.
It's okay. I just wanted like a high level overview of the process for application. So just a quick rundown of what those steps are and the time frame that someone could expect to be through the process and able to operate.
So we are still sorting out some of those specific details. So for the initial submittal, so once this is approved, we will, again, in that webinar, so by the next hearing, I should have a pretty well structured on what day this will go into effect. So 30 days later, so somewhere around September 12th or 13th, something along that line. We are hoping to establish a email that will be specific for short-term rentals, that at the time that these become effective, that will essentially be the opening for everyone and they can start to submit their applications. It will be, as with any of our land use applications, it will be electronic only, so through email. And in that case, this is essential because it will timestamp so that we can keep everyone, of course, with the cap and then keeping everybody in order, and they will be processed in the order in which they're received. As with any land use application, when we receive them, they will get an immediate, of course, response saying we're in receipt, and we will do what's called an application completeness check. So we will ensure that the items that are required, which I can certainly list those off for you if you'd like, but we will ensure that each of those documents is correctly completed and is complete, and that nothing is missing from the application packet. Because we want to be fair and equitable, so that if any application packet is received that is missing a document or documents, they will be rejected. So we will deem them incomplete, and they will essentially jump out of line, and the next person will essentially become the first to be processed. However, if they're fully, we'll say, okay, your application's complete, and the intent is that we would like to, this initial, since this will be a very unique situation, assuming that those individuals who have had one and have stopped as to accommodate this process, we expect all of them to be the first ones to apply. So we hope to get all those individuals initially who submit, and then as a team, we will review them. And again, like I said, we're creating a lot of templates. So there's an operations manual requirement, and so we will have, I think as of right now, we have a 2-page that requests specific information in a specific order. And they can add whatever they want else to operations manual, but we'll have those standards. So again, it's easy for everyone to complete those documents, and it's also easy and quick for us to review. So we'll have that, we'll have a standard neighborhood, the good neighbor guidelines that we will provide. So we will review those as a team to get through them. We hope that it will be a relatively quick process, and that's where I'm not quite sure. I don't want to quote like it will be a week. It may be 3 weeks. I'm not sure what, we'll have to do a dry run, I suspect, to get more of an idea.
First time you're gonna have a massive influx.
Yeah.
And it'll never be like that quite again.
Yeah. So, and so we hope that if we do this as a team internally, and that would be myself, and then our planning technician, Terry Rieger, will sit down and we'll look through those and make sure that they're meeting all the requirements, the ones that we know are complete. We'll process fees and what have you, and then we will provide the license document, back up. Once we approve and make sure that they have all the submittal requirements and we give them the go-ahead, they can then schedule a life safety inspection with our building official. So Safe Built will then perform the life safety inspections they will schedule. We are developing a checklist, and it's currently being reviewed by Safe Built and the fire district to make sure that the life safety requirements that they would like to see are on that list. So that's things like the carbon monoxide, fire alarms, fire extinguishers, handrails, and then there also has to be appropriate egress from each of the bedrooms or sleeping rooms. So they have to be of a standard width, essentially. So if they pass the life safety inspection, the first run, then we'll go ahead and provide their license. And part of that too is that they'll need to have the operations manual already in place, as well as the emergency information on the doors, because of course our Safe Built will also inspect to make sure those items are in place. So once we get the go-ahead from Safe Built, they will then officially get their approval and can start renting the property. So we're thinking then, once we get through this mad rush at the beginning, that then it will just be on a case by case as they come in, and they'll be probably processed more consistently with how our other land use applications come in, which is we receive it, we deem it complete, we review it in whatever time frame is established.
And did I hear you correctly that within 30 days, the goal is to get them processed within 30 days? Did you say that?
That's the part that we're still trying to figure out. That would be ideal, certainly, and it may be possible, hopefully. We're hoping truly that they won't take too much of our time, application by application, like 2 hours. So we're hoping
To be sustainable on
Yeah.
both sides for them and
Yes,
for
yeah.
us.
And we also have to keep in mind that we have other projects currently in the queue that we are currently working on, and they're in their review process, and so we have to keep those moving and not interrupt and postpone their staff review comments on some of our land divisions that are currently being reviewed. So it's balancing all that, but
One follow-up question, and then I'll pass the baton. Can you just go over the fees? Because I'm looking at the license fee for the first time is $350, and then a renewal is $150.
Correct.
Each year it's going to be $150 following that first year, and then the deposit is $1,000. How does that work, and is that refunded at some point?
yes. So there's the initial application fee of $350 and the initial deposit fee, which is $1,000. So that is structured very much like all of our other land use applications. The $350 essentially takes into staff time to receive the application and review it, and so that's where we're thinking we're around a 2-hour review, and that's of course accumulative. And then the $1,000 deposit we suspect will cover off then on life safety inspection, Safe Built's time, because they are billed, and any then residual time for staff. So the deposit generally covers staff time to do the reviews on multiple submittals, any follow-up meetings that need to take place with, say, applicants or, email conversations. That's a standard land use application. So in this particular case, you know, we probably won't have all those different meetings or email conversations that have to take place that typically do with our larger. So that $1,000 deposit, we are hoping will cover the initial life safety inspection. And then in the case that say they don't pass the initial life safety inspection, then it would also cover then Safe Built's additional time that they have to come back and do, say, a second life safety inspection. So that's what that deposit is for. We're hoping that the $1,000 will cover off on everything that is needed to cover staff time and Safe Built's time. However, the way our MOU is structured and our fee schedule is structured is that if they run out of that $1,000 deposit, say they need 3 inspections and that just doesn't cover it, we will bill them for the additional staff time or Safe Built's time, if that makes sense.
On
And
that same line, the lodging tax and the sales tax?
Lodging tax and sales tax will be required to be remitted to the town if they're approved and operating.
Oh, so a sales, so the 2.2% we can apply, so it'd be 5%, or 3% plus the 5%.
In the state of Colorado, short-term rental owners and managers are required to remit sales tax. So that's the total sales tax that'll be remitted to the state. The town's portion of that is 4%.
Okay.
So, but they have to pay sales tax to all the taxing jurisdictions that have sales tax authority within the boundaries of where they are located. So, if it's on the Weld County side, the sales tax rate is different from the Weld County side in total, but the town's is still 4%.
4% of the sales, of the revenue generated from it, right?
They will be required to remit a sales tax return to the state, and then, 2 months later, we get our portion of the sales tax.
So when they remit it to the state, the town is included in that, and then we get that back from the state? Is that how that works?
Yep, and whereas the lodging tax will get remitted directly to the town.
To the town?
And that's 3% of the total.
How do we monitor that?
So they'll be required to submit lodging tax returns to the town, and have to have the ability to audit those periodically to make sure that they're being honest in their return.
What's the frequency of that, do you know?
We don't have anybody really submitting lodging tax. Every once in a while, we get like a random lodging tax payment, but this requirement.
So maybe we could, like Trustee Hardy said, one thing to look into is just see if Airbnb would do that automatically. At least provide us the data.
Well, there's that one company that I ran into CML that you could subscribe to, and it pulls all the Airbnb, VRBOs, all that stuff, and collects it for you.
I believe there is some monitoring data that we can use, so in order to verify what they're self-reporting. So we would do that in order to audit and make sure that they're submitting the appropriate sales tax amount or lodging tax amount. I think it's quarterly.
Wow. One last question. So today it's prohibited. So who enforces if someone's in violation of that today?
that would be our neighborhood services,
The towns?
the town.
Okay.
Yep, cause it's a direct violation of the development code.
Okay.
Because it is not allowed. Correct.
Other questions? So I just,
I have- actually-
please go ahead.
Off the top of my head, I just came up with this, sorry, because I didn't see it, and if it was in the regulations, I apologize, but what is the fine for violations of operating without a license?
So fines would not be in the regulations. Again, Teresa can come up here and speak out of turn or Christian. Maybe Teresa wants to. So our neighborhood services officers do not have the ability to provide fines, and so it goes through. You are summoned.
Okay.
And then the judge determines your fine and.
With a maximum fine of $2,650, $2,650, so it could be as high as that
Per incident.
per incident.
Thank you.
Each day a continuing violation.
For each day?
Each day would be a continuing violation, and the judge could look at it that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just clarifying the revenue, that was thank you, you guys answered a lot of mine, but the revenue generation. So I thought we just had the 98 in the 2019 sales tax, but we have 4%?
We have our 2% general sales tax. Then we have a 1% that was approved in 1998 and a 1% that was approved in 2018, effective 2019. So
We have a general sales tax of 2%.
correct.
Wow, okay, great.
Yep.
So
That
this-
general sales tax is the primary revenue source for our general fund.
Holy cow. That's just, okay, I got questions about that later on, but that's awesome. So 4 plus 3 would be 7%.
Correct.
Awesome.
So
That was it.
7% of the total, 7% of the
Of like $100 would be
price
$7.
paid or charged for, you know, that night stay
Great.
or the duration of the stay, 7% would be remitted to the town. 3% of that's lodging tax, 4% is sales tax.
Anything else? Nice job. Great, okay, thank you. I'm gonna turn it over to the public for any comments. Of course, we'll do the 3 minutes or less, and if you could please state your name and address. And we didn't have a sign-up sheet, I don't believe, right? Okay, so yeah, you just raise your hand, sir.
Hi, I'm Rick Stewart, 3368 Don Zante Bay Court. Appreciate Mayor Ward for listening to all of our previous comments to the board. I have two things. There's a lot of people back here that will have some other things. Number one, we jumped right to policy back in September. Nobody really did an analysis of a business case. Why are we even doing this, right? I appreciate that the mayor understood that the way this started was our complaints. It wasn't somebody asking if we could do it. It was us complaining about someone doing it. You didn't collect, by the way, the 7% from all the ones that were illegally operating during that period of time, just for fun. I'd say that, you know, we ought to just think about that. How much are we going to make? How much is it going to cost us in her time and, you know, the fire department and everybody else's time, and whether it even makes fiscal sense to be doing this? Are we doing it simply because there are some people out here who've been doing it illegally and now they want to be legal? No, that's a reason. I don't think that's in the community's best interest. So that's my cut here.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. And for questions and stuff, we're gonna let all of them come through. I'm trying to write these down and others, and then we'll have staff answer. Next, or anyone else? All right. Mr. Evans.
Good evening. I'm John Evans. I live at 3252 Don Zante Bay Court. There's a theme here. And I first want to say thank you to the staff and all the work they put in, all the work that and questions that have come through all these different meetings. The challenge I have, and I'm going to go to Ann's comment at the very beginning about policy, is do this with deliberation and purpose, and not necessarily with speed. Because you know, in the notes that are online, you've already drafted up the resolution for Will's signature and some other person on the town board to sign. So, and that's driving from this meeting to the 13th Planning Commission meeting to, you know, being ready to adopt the policy. So I would ask that we just take this, you know, at full face value and understand all the moving parts. I really appreciated the conversation with Trustee Ayers and Kurtz around the short-term rental versus bed and breakfast, because, you know, some other constituents who aren't here to represent, you know, when we originally came to you guys, we, if we were going to suggest allowing these within the town, and we're not here just representing Heron Lakes, Don Zante Bay Court. We're here because we want good policy. We want this to be the place that we all want to live and thrive. So the discussion you guys were having, I think the conversation went around use-specific standards. I think that bears another conversation, because it seems unfair to someone who wants to rent out their basement and be a good manager. Chris, I understand that there aren't good managers, but others are, to you know, not prohibit them or to penalize them for being an owner-operator. So I'll move on from there. The other thing is, Larimer County Unincorporated had good policy, has invoked good policy, and there are sections of that policy that I believe would be well suited to be part of this document and are omitted, and specifically around suspension, resolution, other elements of that. So it's working. Why not invoke that? And we are part of Larimer County. In section 3B, I'd really like to see a clarification. So there's no gray area, no potential for
interpretation around an HOA or a metro district, et cetera, being able to enforce their covenants. That, I don't know that that language is bulletproof. I'd like to make sure that it is. In section 3C4, where it says you can only have 2 per homeowner or property owner, there's an easy way around that. I put 2 in my name, I put 2 in my wife's name, 2 in my kids' names. That's a loophole, and that needs to be closed. And enforcement, my last comment, in my last 3 seconds, it's really hard to find that document. Took me a long time, and it's on page 231. So it's not, even though it's in the document, it's not really readily accessible.
Thanks, Mr. Evans. Great, thanks. Anyone next? Anyone else? Ma'am?
Good evening. I'm Janine Weinzero. I live at 3333 Heron Lakes Parkway. And I just would like to also reiterate the town rethinking what, I guess, to one of their first questions and reasons and for developing code is that it has to have a positive impact on the town. Short-term rentals do not have positive impacts to the neighbors around them, as I'm sure you have gathered from those of us that do live in Heron Lakes. And I would just question what is that reason? You know, we're glad, yeah, we make 7% tax. I don't feel that there's any sort of a return at all, and it really begs the question of what does Berthoud want to be? If you're going to move forward with that policy, which I would highly recommend and ask that as it's written that you do not, that I would question the definition that needs an added definition of short-term rental hosted. I feel that there's too much confusion, too much room for personal interpretation of what it is and isn't, and which one applies to whom, and what are the further additional impacts of those definitions. If you look at what other cities have done when we developed this policy, there are major cities across the country, towns, cities, states, that are going back and putting further restrictions on allowing short-term rentals. Big cities, little cities, it doesn't matter, and because of the impact that it has had on those cities, the communities, the neighborhood, the overall housing impact. So again, I would question, why are we doing this? Where is the positive of this? If we need lodging because we want to become a tourist city, why is the city of Berthoud or the town of Berthoud not putting together a marketing plan to market our town and our community to hotel chains? The master plan for Berthoud Heritage Metro District does include a 60-unit hotel by that water tower. What are you doing? What is the town of Berthoud doing to help them secure a lodging hotel that we could use for our guests? Should one decide to even look at our community, and they are then looking at the market potential, and they're fighting 50 short-term rentals for that revenue, there's a limited number of people who are going to come here to visit. And I would think that we would want to have it more as a commercial property than a bunch of people who don't have the policies and procedures that hotel chains or hotels, professionally run hotels, have. And the impact that it has on the neighborhood, and what you're asking the neighbors to do is to be the police for those short-term rentals. So again, I would ask that you do not approve it in the form that it's in until every single loophole is closed and there is no room for personal interpretation of any of the definitions, any of the rules or regulations.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Sure. Mr. Larson.
Lynn Larson, 205 Hubble Street. And I'm not going to speak for or against this, but I do have 5 areas of my usual typical nits that I would like to raise. First one, I'd like to understand the reason why B and Bs can have up to 12 guests and STRs can only have up to 10. My second one, Trustee Wing more or less got my answers, but I want to make sure I understand that a multifamily apartment building is where the units are rented, whereas a multi-unit building, it may be condos or whatever. So it wasn't clear to me in the regulation how a multi-unit family, a multi-family apartment is different from a multi-family unit building generally. Number 3, occupancy is 2 persons per bedroom. What about parents with infants and toddlers? Should the code allow more persons per bedroom up to a maximum age limit and to accommodate infants and toddlers? 4, parking spaces. When allowing driveway parking, I think the town needs to come to all across the board, specify the minimum length of the driveway. Out at Fickle Farm 3, we have duplexes being built. They have driveways from the garage to the alleys. And my joke was they would only hold a Mini Cooper. In fact, we walked by there was a Mini Cooper in the driveway, and it hung out into the alley, much less the big pickups. And finally 5, this is my real nit. Has the code been searched for all the references and cross-references that currently exist for section numbers for the marijuana regulations and the Mountain Avenue overlay code numberings? Can the staff, and if they have, can the staff administratively correct those cross-references and references, or do these have to come to the trustees? I'm sure Ms. Johnson can answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yeah. We'll go with the black shirt and then the blue shirt.
Okay, Christy Petrowski, 2242 Breckenridge Drive. I understand the complaints that are from one group of people, but I just want to make sure you guys hear and understand the desire from a lot of people in Berthoud, especially business owners, is that they are super beneficial to have tourists coming in town. It is super helpful to have people staying in Airbnbs. And I have a home in downtown Berthoud where my neighbors are begging me to fight for this so that they can have their family stay there, because not everyone lives at Heron Point with a giant home that can accommodate family. Not everything is about, commercial. A lot of people want a home where they can come stay right next door to their sons or daughters or, grandparents or whatever that might be. There's a lot of people looking for Airbnbs versus a big hotel. And I think we should consider hotels. I think that should be a part of it. I think we need to look at the growth of Berthoud and say, if all we have are 50 spots for people to stay, what happens for graduation when we have 150 kids? Now we have 150 kids. What about, 10 years from now when we have 400 kids because of all the growth that we're seeing in Berthoud? Do we have accommodations for that? Do we have room for people to come when there's a wedding, when there's a funeral, when there's, something big in the town? We need to look at that and go, is this enough? Not how do we regulate it so that we have less and less and less? I think that's a bad version of understanding what our town needs as a whole. I understand communities don't like it. That's why there's HOAs, right? If you have problems with it, your HOA can address those, not having them in your HOA. Concerns I have with the 500 feet between them, a lot of the density of Airbnbs happen to be in a downtown area. That's best for our downtown businesses to have people that are in walking distance of the businesses. That's when they see the most influx. So how many Airbnbs can we actually even house in a downtown area if we only have 500 per feet, right? And areas that were sold as we can have an Airbnb that are in some sort of condo or that sort of thing, are we even looking at the possibility? You can have one in the whole condo. It seems excessive to me. 500 feet seems excessive to me for the risk that we have. We are not a tourist location. We're not an area where an abundance of people are trying to stay here versus move here. We don't have problems with enough housing for people. I think we're addressing this as if we are Santa Clara or, you know, what is it, Santa Fe, New Mexico, like the comparisons that we had up on there, Boulder, all of those places that are huge tourist locations, we're not that, right? We're looking to bring in people into our community so that they can experience Berthoud, they can see what beautiful it is, they can spend their money in the downtown businesses, they can be here to visit family. We're not looking to keep people out, and I think we just need to make sure in those regulations that the purpose isn't to try to limit it so much that we don't get the kind of people coming to our town, recognizing its beauty and sharing that with the rest of our country.
Thank you very much. Sir in the blue, thank you.
Charlie McConnell, 3333 Heron Lakes Parkway. Well, the comment I wanted to make is I was here March 26th. Some of you were, a few of you weren't, if you were newly elected. Comment when we left that meeting after a lot of the discussion that went on was that we would have a working session and all be able to sit down and share some of these concerns, work through it and work to develop the regs. Lots of suggestions. We're trying to help the bed and breakfast folks too. And then we'll get to the planning commission. It's like, oh, you've had all these opportunities to contribute and do all this. Since March 26th, we said we were told we'd have a working session. It's in the minutes. Afterwards, we were standing out there, told the same thing. We haven't had that working session. We haven't had a chance to sit down. I think a lot of these things could be worked out in one of those working sessions where the public can work with them, bring up code, have the discussion. Had a great discussion on the bed and breakfast and the taxing things. You know, that's one of the questions some of us had. You know, that got answered today. So I just think that'd be super helpful to everybody to actually get that. That was actually kind of in my mind, it was promised to us in that 26th meeting. We haven't had that chance. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Sir.
John Spencer, 128 Mountain Avenue. So right now there's tons of different code for Larimer County for hosted short-term rentals, which allows, you know, people from smaller groups to larger groups. They have tons of definitions of all of that. I think it's being overlooked as if it's not, I mean, bed and breakfast is so similar to short-term rentals already. Airbnb, Air, bed and breakfast, right? Like short-term rentals, they're the exact same thing. So when they have the definition of hosted short-term rentals and, you know, having a large hosted short-term rentals, you can have up to like 12 on Larimer County's site that you can apply for. They have a smaller hosted short-term rentals that you can apply for, and I just think that there's so much that obviously you have to look at from a business side of it that you guys obviously have to determine, is this viable for us to even want to go down these avenues? But I can tell you, like my whole family, we rely on being able to rent out our house. Just plain and simple. Like I've had to go to 30-day rentals furnished just because of all of this, you know, and from last year, it's never once even said that we couldn't do short-term rentals. That, I mean, like, where's that ordinance that was ever even passed that said short-term rentals are not allowed in the town of Berthoud? I know that it said that they're similar to an in-use on the town website up until December of last year. And so you just had to get like conditional use. And then ever since your guys' work session in November, where you guys said, we're going to look at a bunch of different possibilities, you know, and continue as is. As is would be, you guys are still allowing short-term rentals. Nothing's changed. It's just on the website, somebody erased it and said, no short-term rentals are allowed. that's kind of strange, especially since you guys clearly state a short-term rental is an unlisted use in the Berthoud Development Code. However, a short-term rental had been determined to be similar to an inn use. An inn is defined as a building intended and used for occupancy as a temporary abode for individuals who are lodged with or without meals. And so the inn use is allowed in the following conditional use in certain zoning. So right then and right there, it says that you guys allow it conditionally, right, as a use. But ever since you guys have been looking at this in November, somebody is taking that as, oh, short-term rentals are not allowed, right? And in the Laramie County, they allow them. So it's like there's some type of misinterpretation here where why wouldn't we be able to continue to do it or apply for it conditionally if you guys clearly state that? I mean, what ordinance was passed that said short-term rentals are not allowed?
Thank you, Mr. Spencer.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Clerk, do you have anyone online?
There is one request online.
We can field that. Who those online, if you haven't given it to Clerk some more, if you could state your name and address, please.
Yeah, this is Mindy Hughes, 1520 Harabelle Street. So our main concern is with the 500-foot ordinance. So I understand how that makes sense with the large homes, but not in the small town of Berthoud when you might be next door to a business, as the other lady said, but also in the townhomes. We had brought this up previously. As owners of a townhome that previously was allowed to do short-term rentals, when you're talking through the Metro District, when you're talking a small amount of homes, you might be only allowing one, possibly two of the townhomes if they're way across the way to be a short-term rental. In the past, we were, there was maybe 8 people doing short-term rentals, which isn't even 2-3% of them. However, now you're going to be pitting business owners, neighbors, friends against each other that know each other, help each other with their businesses, with golf tournaments, with weddings, with everything that brings money into the community. Now you're going to be pitting these owners against each other because you're in townhomes which are, fourplexes, and you can't possibly do it with those kind of regulations. So we just respectfully request that you relook at that. Possibly maybe there needs to be a change between townhomes or duplexes versus homes and Berthoud.
Thank you. I didn't catch your address. Could you just type it out to Clerk Samora if you have the chat up? If not, if you could just say it again real quick.
1520 Harabelle.
Harabelle, okay, thank you.
And you got, sorry, and then there's a second person that has another comment.
Okay, that separate person can, we have to close this one out and we'll open up another one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we got someone else on there. If you could state your name and address, please.
Yeah, hi, this is David Hughes at 1520 Harabelle Street. And I had a concern, a question in regards to, the application process, when that is available. The first come, first served portion of that, in regards to the townhomes, how it is that they're gonna go about that. I know that she was talking about a timestamp. And I just would like clarification on how that's gonna work with, like what Mindy was just saying, with several, townhome operators, that one-time gig operate, how that's gonna work with, you know, the bombardment. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else?
There are no others, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. One more opportunity, anyone in the audience? Okay, thank you. We'll close out the public participation, and we'll bring it back to the board for deliberation on this. Again, there's no obligation to pass this tonight. This is just a draft, first reading. We do have some questions here. I just want to address the ones that have been brought up by trustees and staff before, and I think there's some that need to go to staff in particular. But why would be we brought up for anything from revenue to having opportunities for families to come together, and just the need for hospitality. That's kind of accurate. I think that's what the reasons for it. You might have reasons against, but
Yeah, yeah. Not a business case, but just a reason why.
right. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. In this one might be on me, but regarding a study session, we could have posted it as that. I think it actually might have gone better than making this look like a board meeting that we would have passed this. Definitely your input is crucial. Mr. Evans, you're spot on hitting that code. Trying to write these down. This is the opportunity. Emailing in between. We can also, the next one, if it's not ready yet, we can keep going. But I forwarded on your comments that you've, and others, the emails that I've received for this, and hopefully that was, I think it was put into this draft. So other than us just stepping down and looking eye to eye, this would be a study session, an opportunity to, you've had opportunity to input. We're kind of looking into what you said. So I think that's similar, but I understand how that might have been on my shoulders or planning to, saying that we'd have kind of a relaxed thing. So I should have changed this to a study session. There were some other ones. Some of them were in particular. Oh, the gentleman that was talking about where's the ordinance banning that, and that goes back to our development code, section 30, that does not allow anything that is not residential. Is that correct, clerk? I'll turn that over to you. And if it's a, yeah, okay.
I think the short answer is our code is specific that anything that is not listed as an allowable use is not allowed.
Did we go over it? I'm a little murky on that. What is an allowable use beyond residential?
So there's a long list of allowable uses in our development code.
Under 30?
Based on zoning district in chapter 30. So when you go to zoning, it describes each of the various zoning districts, and then there's a long list of allowable uses in the table. And those are either not allowed in some zoning districts, right, where they're not allowed at all, but allowed in others as a permitted use by right. You still may have to go through a site planning process and other review processes in order to get those approved, or in a conditional use or use by special review, where there's a more extensive process, there's public notification, public meetings that are required in order to get those uses permitted in town. But there is a very long list of residential, non-residential, industrial, public and civic uses outlined in the code and in which zoning districts they're allowed.
Okay, so sir, I'm sorry, we had to close this, but you can certainly email here. With the B&B, was that it allowed or reduced by a special review that's
Yeah,
listed
so
in there too?
A bed and breakfast is a currently identified use in the code. There's a definition for it. It is specifically called out in the land use table, and the land use table shows in which zones they are permitted, either as a use by right or a use by special review.
Okay, to Mr. Larson's regarding marijuana, if I'm correct, we just allowed in a very small segment on Second Street. Be good, but then on Main Street, you couldn't put that in a Airbnb. I might
think what he's
misinterpret
referencing is that there are some changes to section numbers that will result if this code is changed, it'll get inserted and then some other section numbers will get changed. I think what Mr. Larson is asking is have we gone through and cross-referenced everywhere in the code to make sure that those are accurate? We'll go back through and make sure, but I think the answer to that is yes, but we'll go back and do another review.
Okay, thank you. Regarding what help are we doing for formal lodging? We do have an economic development director, Will Dealish. We did try to work with Heron Lakes on an annexation of surface rights for not Lone Tree, I think it was Welcher, or and that was denied by the voters. That was, a lot of that had to do with having a small boutique hotel on there. That doesn't cancel the idea, it just makes it a little bit harder to put it there. or delays the process. So we're certainly working on that, and not only this board, but prior boards too have brought up the need for kind of a more formal hospitality, hotel situation.
Mayor
go ahead.
Carson, just to add to that, we do
Please.
have, Vol does do, formal outreach to retailers, hospitality operators, hotel chains. We have an incentive policy that gives the board some direction about, incentivizing needed, new services like hotels and hospitality, lodging options. So we have a lot of tools in place. We obviously don't build hotels and we don't control the marketplace, but we do market to and support developers who are actively marketing to hotel chains.
Okay, great. So we're specifically looking at hotel chains too. Okay. Mr. Larson's, why are the occupancy caps different between short-term rentals and Airbnb or B&Bs?
So there is a structured system that is based upon. So in our development code in the table that Chris was referencing, under our lodging options, you have a hotel, which is the largest, of course, of our lodging options. It's not limited in guest number or room number. Inn would be the next step down. So inns are a maximum of 12 rooms. So assuming one guest per room, generally, because you're going to have at least one guest. So that would be the 12. And then so the next step down from that would then be short-term rentals, or I'm sorry, bed and breakfast use. Since again, because you have it's occupied, you have the property owner on site. It's again going back to that idea that we're hoping, or ideally, there would be less impact and less concerns or issues that would be brought up because the owner is on site or operator is on site, so they are allowed the 12 guests. So and then from stepping down from that, you would get short-term rentals, and so 12 short-term rentals are limited to 10 guests. So that again, compatibility with neighborhoods, the fabric of neighborhoods, concerns with large groups, parties. At 10, you start to get potentially into more problems or problematic situations. And so that's why it's capped. And oftentimes in many jurisdictions, you see that short-term rentals that's like the base. And then if they have different types of permits, that's when you'll see a fluctuation in the guest count. But 10 is generally what you see. I think it's consistent with Lamar County since we're referring to Lamar County. But that's where, so it's the step down or stepping up, if you will, of lodging types within our development code.
Okay, thank you. Infants and toddlers, how does that work?
Yeah, that is a question that in my previous experience with Lamar County and modifying or updating their land use code, that question has come up before, and I have heard, and that is challenging. So it would be an enforcement challenge for one. To say that individuals, we would hope again that there would be honesty. But across the board, I have never seen in all the jurisdictions I have looked at, I've researched, there is no separation, there's no distinguishing. A guest is simply a guest, and I believe that it is because it's an enforcement, or it's really difficult to say
14 and up or something.
Yeah, it would just be a challenge to define that line, and who is going to define that line, what's appropriate, what age do we cut off. So
right now they're just not addressed.
It's not addressed. So essentially, well, it is addressed. They would be just a guest. It's the 2 per bedroom plus 2. So the 2 per bedroom and the plus 2 allows so that if you have, say, a fold out couch in a living room, or say you have a loft, you have that option to use that additional space. So again, you could rightfully, that could be children who are sleeping on a couch, or that adds to that component. Say one of your bedrooms has 2 bunk beds, so it does allow for that flexibility, and so that could, in essence, that covers that, provides that for the child component.
And if I may add to what Tom is saying, that 2 per bedroom is 2 per bedroom plus 2 creates the total number allowed with a max of 10. So if you had a 2-bedroom house, you could still only have 6. So that you wouldn't reach that max. If you had a 5-bedroom house, you would still be capped at 10, even though if you did 2 per bedroom plus 2, that would be 12, if that makes sense. It is a total number though, so the town has no intention of going in and confirming that there are only 2 people in a bedroom staying the night at any given time. So 2 plus 2, as Ton said, you may have 2 sets of bunk beds in one room that technically is 4 beds. But that wouldn't change your total cap on the number of people that could stay.
So, I mean, okay, let's just, well, I guess this is related. So we're essentially kind of indirectly banning parents with infants,
Not at all.
because that would be 3 per bedroom.
No. We are not regulating how many people can stay in each bedroom.
Okay, I thought it was 2 per
We're
bedroom.
regulating, that's what creates the total number. It's just an equation,
Okay.
right? So it's a 3-bedroom house. We would count 3 bedrooms, so 2 per bedroom. That's 6 plus 2 is 8 is the max that would be allowed in a 3-bedroom
Gotcha, okay.
house. But we're not saying that 2 parents and their child can't sleep in the same room.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I think we might have addressed this, but the specific minimum length of a driveway, I think that just has to do with the car length.
Yeah, so that's a requirement for engineering requirements, I believe.
And in areas where you have a garage that's just at the minimum setback on an alley, for instance, that's not technically a driveway. It's more of an approach to the garage. And so if a car is parked and blocking public right of way, then that's not allowed.
And you'll notice in the parking requirements, so we did provide some clarification in this draft. And that, so certainly you may, so for instance, if you have, say, a 2-bedroom unit, so again, as Chris pointed out, that would be 6 total guests is the ideal. However, if you have, say, a really short driveway that can only accommodate 1 car and you have 1 car in the garage, but you're required per the table to provide, say, 3, and I don't have my table in front of me. That essentially the parking that you can provide on site, if it is a portion of what is required, that overall dictates your maximum number of guests. So if you truly have a short driveway that cannot accommodate or cannot provide for the required number of parking, that then will dictate how many guests you can have. So if you technically, let me grab my phone.
I thought it was driveway, garage, or just on property.
It's on the site, correct.
So it's not just driveway. I mean, if you have.
On a suitable parking space, right? Like our code doesn't allow you to park in the garage.
Yeah, you can't park in the grass. You
So
can't.
suitable parking space would probably be a driveway, right? So driveway or garage, essentially.
Yep.
So,
Uh,
do you want me to provide any, was that confusing? Do I need
nope,
to
I think
provide
that's
clarification?
straightforward.
It's really the lesser of the two. So it's either the total cap based on bedrooms or the total number of people that you can accommodate based on the required number of parking spaces.
Okay, I think I see the point of, I live in I have an extremely small garage, so I can only fit 1 in my driveway. Okay, let's go up here. Mr. Evans isn't present here, but we were gonna go to section 3B. Tightening, gosh, these are, I guess this is stuff we can just look into when we get to clarifying these things. But unless you had any more kind of knowledge on the section 3B, section 3C-4, tightening those, I think he was kind of like talking about the wording.
3B, I'm not sure. We have
It's
B.
clarifying HOA and Metro District ability to enforce covenants.
So we have in here that, which number is that?
3B, and there's also a question on 3C.
Because we
It's
don't,
not really
we
how
don't,
it's numbered, so it's hard to
yeah, that's sorry,
follow.
it's confusing, it's not how, it's either, we don't have a B3 and we don't have 3B. So I'm not sure, I wasn't clear on which one that was.
Okay.
So I don't know, I believe in the draft that, Mr. Evans provided, I think we said covenants running with the land, and the regulation. And he may have just wanted us to reference HOA or Metro District. However, covenants with the land, a Metro District or an HOA is simply the entity who enforces those covenants. So there's it's not necessary to state that within the code. The importance is saying that if you have covenants, that's what's what's important, not who's administering the regulations essentially.
Gotcha, okay.
So I don't know if maybe that's what he was hoping clarified.
To assuage his concern, I think regardless of the wording in the code, you guys will know if the address exists within a covenant.
Correct.
And so you will.
Or a metro district.
Or metro district, and so you will require and you will inform the applicant that that paperwork needs to be provided.
Correct.
And the burden of proof is going to be on the applicant. We know which subdivisions have HOAs and metro districts. And if they have one, we will expect a letter or some written proof that says that they are allowed in their HOA or metro district. That we can reasonably verify, right? I mean, but
How many of them currently allow them in Bell? I think you said Heron Point doesn't currently allow them.
That's correct. And we just recently got confirmation. That's the reason I can confirm that.
Heron Lake specifically, sorry, not Heron Point.
Oh, Heron Lake.
The Heron Lake CCNRs, at least as posted on the Metro District website, specifically prohibit rentals of less than 30 days without written permission of the Metro District. So in that case, they could get permission from the Metro District through whatever process that goes through. That's not up to us. If they demonstrate with written permission from the Metro District, then that would be allowable in our code. But they will have to provide us with written proof that we can reasonably verify that it is allowed within the Metro District of the HOA and the covenants that apply to the lot.
So right now, whatever we pass.
Maybe I could just get clarification on enforcement, so regardless of where the STR is located and if it's in and out of the metro district, it would be a town enforcement issue if any STR was operating without a license or a permit.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Trustee Hardy, just to answer your question, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you exactly which HOAs or metro districts at this time, sorry.
I just wasn't sure if all your research of all the towns and stuff that you kind of checked out on HOAs.
But in addition to, I think, Trustee Kurtz, what you were addressing, if there is a short-term rental operating without a town permit, we will take enforcement action. Those property owners may also have separate covenant enforcement action through their HOA or metro district that we won't be a part of.
Yeah.
But yes, if there's an unpermitted short-term rental, just like there is today, our neighborhood services team or code enforcement will have to deal with that.
Yeah, there's not necessarily a risk of no enforcement because we would say, oh, the HOA needs to do that.
Correct.
There's really a risk of double enforcement and that would be the problem of the violator.
That's correct.
I don't see anything more in particular. Some of them are like why 500, actually why at 500 feet, that was just should kind of be standard across the town.
On that, I'm sorry.
I have a comment on that too.
Yeah, I think you brought this up in a previous meeting, but was there a reason that you didn't, or is there an ability to separate different districts as far as the distance regulation? I think you went over that in a
We did. So there are some challenges in defining the lines of a district, if you will. So if we did say a separation, a specific or separate or unique separation requirement, say in Old Town, then it would be arbitrarily applied of where that boundary would be. We don't have, so it would be arbitrarily decided either by the town board or by staff as to where we could define that line. Similarly, in certain circumstances, of course, it would be potentially easier to define a boundary or a district, say like Heron Lakes, for instance, because we could just base it potentially off of the subdivision, but there's multiple plats, multiple filings. So again, where we would have to, there would have to be a structured system is how we are defining those districts
So
if we
even
were
by
going to
zone,
separate.
It's like you say, commercial zoned properties could be 0.
However, you have different lot sizes, so you have to consider that if you were to do it by zone district, that's not necessarily a consistent way because you do have, yes, you have minimum lot size standards. However, developers can do a gamut of lot sizes. Same thing with any residential zone district is that per our R1 and R2 have two different, say, lot width standards. But that's the minimum. They can go anywhere beyond that. So you don't have consistent lot sizes. So R1 is not all the same lot size. and R2 is not all the same lot size.
So to address the comment from, I can't remember the name, I apologize, but for the online comment, it is possible to get or to apply for a variance for the
For a separation,
for separation. No.
I don't know that. I think if the idea right now is that you're not settled on the separation at 500 feet, I think the ideal approach is to reconsider or look at potentially reducing it, not having a separation. But I think we're establishing the regulations now, so it's better to work through those kinks now, rather than moving forward and saying, okay, we'll go with 500, knowing that everybody can ask for a variance. I don't think that's a good practice moving forward. And I think that once you adopt the regulations, we need to be confident that truly, because you've adopted these, you've accepted them how they are, that we likely won't look at variances.
So is this the process to give
I just
input on
wanna,
that?
no, right now I'm just kind of going through the public comments
Any
here.
questions?
We had one more,
If I may,
Mr. Larson.
address this question as
Sure.
well. The reason why we didn't propose minimum separation originally was because it's very challenging to address every possible scenario that could exist. And once you establish a minimum separation, it needs to be applied consistently and fairly across zoning districts and property boundaries. And I'll give you a good example of why. If you say, okay, well, we're going to eliminate the distance buffer in townhomes, for instance. Okay, we can reasonably identify townhome developments. But what if 12 of the townhomes that are immediately adjacent to an R1 zoning district and single-family homes happen to be all of the short-term rentals in that townhome complex? It's not unreasonable to think that's a possibility. Maybe I'm exaggerating for effect, right? But I mean, like, you could see that they could be heavily concentrated immediately adjacent to R1 zoning, where there's a whole lot of single-family homes. Heritage Ridge would be a really good example, right? There's townhomes right in the middle of the neighborhood. And that's true in a lot of our subdivisions now because of the way our development code is written. If there were 12 short-term rentals because there's no buffer or separation, then those homeowners that live there will be kind of disproportionately affected than compared to all the other people that live in an R1 zoning district, because they'll have a heavily concentrated number of short-term rentals adjacent to their single-family home. So there's just, as an example, that's just one of many I think we could come up with. This is the problem with code, right? Like, we can what if this thing to death, and I'll just be honest, that sometimes you get into that situation with code, right? Like, what if this situation happened? So in general, we try to prepare a code that we think is kind of reasonable and fair across the board. And then the reality is sometimes you just have to make adjustments as you go to deal with specific situations. Now, we don't want to change code every time there's one bad situation, right? I don't think that's good practice either. We start to see a consistent problem, and that's the things that we would then bring back to you. The community sometimes brings those to us, whether we want them to or not. That's just the right way for these things to happen. And the community does police every single code enforcement issue in our town. Picking up dog poop is a really good example. There's no possible way that our 2 neighborhood services officers can police folks who do not pick up their dog waste on the sidewalk, right? But it's something we get complaints about.
But I thought with metros and HOAs, they could provide more restrictive fees.
They absolutely can.
Yeah, okay.
And
So
absolutely.
we're not
we
really
won't
enforcing
police-
them
We won't really police their added restrictions other than confirming
about ours.
confirming that they're allowed. But if there are other more restrictive issues there, that will be a process they'll have to adopt and manage. The simplest thing is to
Yes,
create
please.
them all.
Trustee Albright.
Just real quick, the image that we're looking at, can you clarify what we're looking at, what those individual rectangles are?
So I have 3 examples here for you, because this is a good question, so I knew I was wanting to prepare you all. So what we're looking at is a property randomly selected in Heron Lakes. So on the left side.
It's not allowed there, right?
maybe the Heron Lakes part wasn't randomly selected, but the property
No,
itself
the Heron
was.
Lakes, I intentionally picked 3 parts of town. Certainly, I looked at Heron Lakes because we are receiving a lot of public comment. But it is randomly selected. I have no idea whose property this is. This
Okay.
wasn't, and that's not a joke. So the image on the left is showing a 500-foot buffer. So what you're seeing in the 2 colors, so the red bubble is the 500-foot buffer.
Diameter.
Yeah, so the way in which, so this might look so this right now is using assessor data in their GIS. It's a buffered standard that's used by property owners for neighborhood notification and other. So that's anything within the red. So the bright blue outline property was an approved short-term rental. This is the established 500-foot buffer. So any of the properties that are within the red could not be an approved short-term rental.
It's actually a radius from that, and then you've got 500 to the purple or red, and that's your radius from the center point. Yeah.
So ours would be slightly different because we're going from center of dwelling to center of dwelling. And so the edges might be slightly different.
I'm just trying to understand scale, like what size is that lot and what kind of
Yes.
building is on that lot?
So I believe this lot was a 40-foot or slightly wider 40-foot lot. So on the right-hand side, I reduced the buffer to 250 feet. So you'll see that then there's significantly fewer within that red bubble. So this just gives you an idea of how closely, if we did 500 feet.
Good.
So, and the concept here is that because we did receive feedback, is that oversaturation in one neighborhood or down one street or, back to back. So this shows what that would look like. Then if you all are okay with it, I will proceed to the next slide. This is Prairie Star. So again, a randomly selected lot, and this is a much smaller lot. I believe this one was at 26 feet wide. So this is more your attached, so duplex, what have you. So you see again on the left-hand side, everything in the red. Couldn't have another approved short-term rental. And then on the right-hand side is 250 feet. So again, you see that there's a pretty decent change between the two. So lastly is Old Town. So on the left, 500 feet, again, randomly selected, and then anything in the red could not be a short-term rental if the light blue or the brighter blue in the middle of that dot, and then on the right-hand side would be 250 feet. So again, this one I think really shows the difference between that separation. So truly the concern here is that there would be an oversaturation within neighborhoods or on one street. This truly would help with that. And then in addition to a cap, we might see then that this creates or eliminates that concern that somebody is going to be surrounded by these in their neighborhood. And this again goes back to that concern as well as neighborhood compatibility, the fabric of the community. So I think that this should be wholly considered with the cap if you want to move forward with it.
And if there were 2 within the circle, on your first come, first served, you would just tell the second one no.
Yep, that is correct.
Perpetuity until the first one's done.
Yep.
The first one ceases to be permitted.
Any consideration of, since we're promoting walkability, that we treat the Old Town just kind of like the Main Street overlay?
We would, I think, as Tom pointed out, we'd have to define what Old Town is, and that would largely be an arbitrary boundary.
Well, looking at it, Main Street overlay, like went from Massachusetts to Welch.
Yeah.
And actually, so the overlay applies to properties within 150 feet of the center line of Mountain Avenue. And so that really technically only applies in most cases back to the alley, not all the way to Massachusetts and Welch. So, I think we could, if we chose to define a very specific area. But I think in most cases, again, it would be an arbitrary boundary that we'd have to set and kind of break the town into zones.
Yeah.
That's not uncommon. I mean, like Boulder County has the whole county broken into zones, and they have a max number of permits in each zone. Like if you look at their website, most of those permits are not used. But,
yeah.
I don't know how they established those, but I would say it's not without precedent.
Mayor, I appreciated that comment because I was thinking, like, do we have some sort of boundary in the downtown? I mean, talking about like the why, I think, at least to me, a big why is promoting people staying in the downtown core and, you know, going to those businesses. So, yeah, using the Mountain Avenue overlay plan to some degree, and maybe even adding a buffer to the edge of that or something like that would create a zone. I don't think we need 8 zones like Boulder County, but I do think that Berthoud kind of has 2 zones. We have Old Town, and then we have suburban neighborhoods, you know, at its core.
I agree.
I'm workshopping this as I'm talking
Well,
right
yeah,
now.
And
I
just
lived down
to, I think as a counterpoint,
Yeah.
And this is why this would take quite a bit of thought and discussion, especially among the town board, right? You guys are the ones that ultimately set policy, but you know, there are neighborhoods on the south side of town that maybe are really not within walking distance of commercial properties. I mean, we could decide what walking distance is too, right? I mean, generally it's about a half mile is what people will walk.
Yeah.
But you know, Prairie Star will have a commercial zone with a village and some higher density housing and other things that are approved as part of that PUD. Heron Lakes has a very large commercial area. They also have the golf course, and there's obviously a lot of people who might want to travel and stay for enjoying the tournament or just playing golf for the weekend. And so I think, you know, we have to be really thoughtful about, you know, why Old Town versus, you know, not Prairie Star or not Heron Lakes or not Gateway Park or not Ludlow Park, right? And or not Ludlow Park.
I just think, from my opinion, I think it's because it exists, and as those other ones do.
Yeah, and well, no, yeah, and I mean, not the.
Just from living down there.
The counter.
I'll tell you, my neighbor is a loud carpet company, and then a hairdresser, and then an insurance company. So
100%.
it's not used to residential, and I'm totally fine with it. So.
Yeah, I mean, we have a Mountain Avenue overlay plan for a reason. We're considering a downtown development authority or being partners with that. For a reason, it's because we believe that a strong downtown makes a good town overall. So I appreciate the comment about other commercial areas, but there's something distinct about Old Town Berthoud that I think if we wanted to separate that out somehow and then apply something different, and I see 2 different areas, potentially different buffers. And also just getting on the idea, we were talking about a variance, and I appreciate that unless there's 2 distinct zones or you want to be uniform, right? And you want to be very clear about that. Also an issue with Old Town that was explicitly stated a variance I think would be considered would be the parking or the lack of parking. And so I don't want to put you on the spot, but you've said at least twice that staff would not look favorably on a variance for a separation, but is that also like we won't look favorably on a variance for parking, or does that fall into a different category? And I'm just, you know, it's kind of concentrated in Old Town, both these issues, or at least they could be, you know, so I just want to better understand how that would be handled too.
Parking, I guess this is the way that I would describe it, is parking is more of a quantitative, it's a quantity that is being requested, whereas this is more, I would say, on the lines of a quality of living, quality of life, quality of community. And so, and that I believe is why we are proposing a separation requirement as well as a cap, is more about that quality as a resident, a permanent resident within these areas. And so I think I would also point out is that I get the direction of the conversation, and that this is where the business district is and this is where the activity and what have you. But I also would just like you to keep in mind that of the permanent residents is that they choose to live in this area just like anybody else chooses to live elsewhere at Prairie Star, you know, Village at Rose Farm, what have you. So I think don't lose sight of I would just say keep in mind that yes, there is this commercial component and it's the downtown area, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the community down there wants short-term rentals any more than anywhere else. And so again, looking at a separation are just making sure that when you're making that decision essentially for these individuals, just because they do.
Thank you.
That
Lived
makes
down there, so I
sense.
appreciate that. Trustee Murphy.
Mayor
Pro
Carter,
Tem Murphy.
can
Please.
I make a motion to move or continue the meeting until 11 o'clock or before?
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you.
Mayor
Chris,
Karsbeck,
yeah.
if I may as well, when we talk about variances, the code is specific about why variances should be granted or in what conditions they're appropriate. And a variance is not just because it's inconvenient for someone typically. And so I think what Tana is referring to is that this buffer is much more of a qualitative kind of decision, whereas a variance might be granted because there are exceptional circumstances that apply to a very specific piece of property that would prohibit it from doing something that everybody else in the zoning district could do, right? And or that I'm trying to think of a good example, but like in Old Town where you don't have driveways because they're alley loaded and those properties were built significantly in the past, adding a driveway makes no sense and they don't have a garage. I think there are some very quantitative conversations that can be had. And then the set of criteria, there's several within the code that should be evaluated in making the determination whether or not to grant a variance. And so again, it's not just as a matter of inconvenience or those kinds of things, but it's typically a variance is requested and or granted in cases where there's kind of a significant hardship or where it's unreasonable to apply the standards in the code to some existing property or those kinds of things.
Yeah, Attorney Smith.
And that's the point that I think is really important. Ton has stated it and Chris has stated it. And it's the difference between policy making at the council, at the trustee level, and downloading what should be policy making to a board that's not elected, right? Boards of adjustment are not elected. The purpose of a board of adjustment is to make sure that your code is constitutional. Because when your code is applied across the board, the way it's supposed to be applied, every once in a while you'll have an odd shaped lot. Or you'll have a lot with a particular topography. You'll have something about the physical nature of that lot that when the code is spread across it, may result in something that would give rise to perhaps a taking. And so constitutional law and zoning law has recognized that sometimes codes applied to everybody when they apply to a specific property can result in some sort of a constitutional concern. So variances are really rare.
Sure.
The point is that they are only there to make sure that the application of that code to that particular property doesn't create some sort of a constitutional concern.
Sure, so reducing that, thank you very much, that's helpful. So reducing that 500 feet wouldn't necessarily be, that's a way to kind of get around variances in Old Town. Okay.
Exactly. I mean,
At a
as
cost to
Tom
maybe other-
pointed out, you're the policymakers, this board, and you really need to make that
Sure.
determination and you need to be comfortable with it.
Okay. Thanks. Let's go down the row here. I got some ideas for amendments or comments. Unless there's questions. Okay, let's start with Trustee Albrecht. How do you feel about this currently? Do you want anything removed or added?
It's pretty incredible. I think it's a really great policy. There's only a few things that I would maybe adjust. I really appreciate the graphics about the feet distance because it really changes my perspective of what may be appropriately applied. My suggestion is that we adopt something that's unanimous so that it's fair across our community and does not, it's not going to harm anyone's quality of life. And my comment on that and just kind of my overall reasoning for how I view this policy is my first objective is always to protect the homeowner. And then secondly, business. I love our business community. The economy is obviously important to the quality of life as well. But ultimately, we first need to make sure the quality of life for a homeowner is protected. And then if we can improve their quality of life by allowing places for family and friends to come stay and enjoy Bertha too, that just increases their quality. So I wanna make sure that we're creating this policy. My goal personally would be to see this go through sooner rather than later so that we can stop penalizing people who need to make a living off of these short-term rentals. They've been on hold for a long time. I think that one of the things that I'd like to see addressed, and this, I'm obviously open to other people's opinions, but I think the $1,000 fee seems really excessive, especially since this will be a money-making industry. I think any money that the lodging tax brings in should be applied to the cost of operating and the administrative cost to the rentals. We want to encourage them to exist to a certain capacity. So I think we don't want to be too heavy-handed with giving fees because they're going to be generating not only lodging tax income, but if they're bringing people into town, they're spending money and generating additional sales income. That's just one suggestion. I think that it would be great to avoid the variance situation to allow on-street parking up to a certain amount of vehicles because downtown, that's going to be the really only viable option. And all of us in downtown park on the street already. Like that's not going to change if you're a STR. I would like to keep you guys to keep in mind, I do live downtown in historic town and my neighbors are all like retirees and they're living the life. Like their goal is not to be in a commercial district. Their goal is to enjoy Berthoud and the history that they have and the charm. And so I think, I would recommend some sort of buffer between 500 and 200 feet. That way we're kind of hitting more of a middle ground to just protect their quality of life. And then I just wanted to, my anecdotal thoughts on tourism is that Berthoud does have at least 4 major attractions a year that we have no lodging for, and that includes the golf tournament. I know that the concert at Newell Farm is not maybe a large event, but it is a significant one that takes place. The fireworks and Berthoud Day brings the majority of people that attend those events are from outside of town, and they have nowhere to stay. And that doesn't count for every wedding, an event that happens at Brookside Garden, where the majority of those attendees are also from out of town, and we're losing potential revenue from people coming in and visiting Berthoud every time we have an event like that. So I do think we need lodging. I do think short-term rentals are more attractive than a large hotel. There's a right place for a large hotel, I'm sure, in our zoning districts, but in general, I think we want to keep the quaintness of Berthoud. We actually do support short-term rentals. I would encourage us to set a policy to the best of our ability now with what Ton has provided, and then have a 1-year revisit and look at what some of the nuances were that maybe were frequent issues that we can iron out a year from now. I don't think we're going to iron everything out on the onset. I think it's going to be kind of a test pilot. Like here's the best we have. It's been tailored from Larimer County to Berthoud scale. Let's implement it, see how it goes, have a 1-year review, and kind of update anything and clean anything up. That's my my suggestions. I also suggest that we be really gracious to people who continue to operate, because I felt it wasn't intentionally heavy-handed, but I do think there was some miscommunication for people who were operating already. And so I want us to be gracious with them, because they've lost so much money in the last year not being able to operate at all, as they've been gracious with us in creating this policy together. So I just want to have that recommendation as well. I think that's high level, my thoughts.
Great. How does the board feel about, instead of all these amendments and stuff, can we go one by one? So we'll start with Trustee Albrecht, and then if you have any, we'll go to you. Or is that confusing?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Let's just, never mind.
A specific amendment, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so let's just do this. So Trustee Albrecht proposed a reduction of the $1,000 fee per day. Does anyone support that?
I mean, I would like staff's response.
The $1,000 is a deposit that's paid at the beginning of the application review process. That will be billed against to cover staff time and contract support through like ProCode, for instance, who's a third-party contractor that handles our building inspection. So we'll charge against that, and if that doesn't get fully used by the time the permit's approved, we'll reimburse, refund the remaining amount. But it's not like a per day expense. There's the $350 application fee. There's $1,000 deposit will be billed against for, again, for kind of the review time associated with handling the application, and then that's it. Then they'll have the sales and lodging taxes that they'll be obligated to remit.
And then what, I'm sorry, yeah, thank you, I just interrupted you.
No, that's okay.
So what about the other fees for violations? What was that?
So those are just fines in our code for
Per day.
various municipal code violations, and so
Is that where you were talking about the application fee or the per day fee?
It's the $1,000 deposit.
Okay, cool.
I feel like could be absorbed by lodging tax, the amount of money we're taking in, unless there's, like you said, a reoccurring, like you have to go back multiple times to do an inspection. I think those should maybe have additional fees associated with, but if it's part of the application process and they submit everything and they come do the inspection and everything checks off, I don't think they should be fined anything or have that deposit, anything come out of that deposit. I think it should all be returned to them. And if there's additional checkpoints that they, continue to not meet criteria, then additional fees associated. That's just, I just want to make it as, as doable for the average person as possible.
I get it. And your point, or your saying was, doesn't have to go up to 1,000 if it's not needed, right? It just needs to cover the cost.
I think we're setting what we think is kind of a reasonable deposit number. And that's consistent with all of our development review applications, right? There's an application fee, and then there's also build time that goes to reviewing and processing those applications. Some large developments, that can be tens of thousands of dollars over the course of
Sure. I was just trying to understand how
large
a
development in
deposit
some
works.
cases.
Right, this is the individual unit. Just looking how a deposit works, so.
I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, okay.
Being a business owner and the fees that I paid to get initiated into certain things, I paid way more than $1,000 for some things. Just
Yeah.
The cost expenses, and then I pay on top of that.
Don't mean to.
See, I don't think that's fair.
Well,
I don't like.
Oh,
I get it.
No, it's not fair.
burden on the businesses.
I'm just really trying to get.
I don't want the
I'm
town
just
to be
really
losing money
sorry.
and time and labor on something.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just really trying to get clarification. So a deposit is you don't get the money back, or you do after what's necessary.
You will get back whatever's remaining after
Yeah,
the time
okay.
that's spent reviewing the application's been billed against the deposit.
Gotcha. That's what I was thinking. Okay, how does everyone feel about Trustee Albrecht's suggestion of reducing the deposit? Okay.
I feel better about it as long as it's the outstanding balance is refunded in a timely manner.
Yeah.
I have no control over that, right? It's just want to make sure that everyone is
Not holding on to the
waiting
1,000
around
for-
for
That's a good point.
5 months to get $800.
I think the mayor will
Line items and-
attest to this, but we sign checks several times a week. We process refunds very quickly, typically for both development review deposits, hydrant meter deposits. Typically when they're closed out, there's a process to get a check cut. And like I said, we cut and sign checks several times a week. So.
Okay. What about the other suggestion of a 1-year revisit if staff approves?
I totally approve of that. I don't know if we need to codify that, but I would like us to check in on this.
Yeah, I think we should
Be able to update, change things each year, and then when renewals come back, they have to follow the new rules. They did that with the marijuana industry the first couple of years, and they're still changing those rules as they learn more. So I think it's.
Stephanie, yeah, thank you. That makes sense. Does Steph any particular points on?
No, I mean, I think, we're happy to provide updates to you anytime you want, and we can talk about.
Get back on the agenda.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Trustee, unless I missed something. Oh, growth concern.
On-street parking.
On-street parking.
My suggestion would be that if you wanted to allow on-street parking, again, this is another interesting issue where you're going to have to kind of do this anywhere where on-street parking is allowed, where it's not signed specifically as no parking. So that the same would be true in Heritage Ridge or Farmstead or Prairie Star, that you would allow a short-term rental operator maybe a maximum of 1 on-street parking space to count. But one of the things we can't do is say it has to be in front of your house. those kinds of things. While short-term rental visitors may absolutely park in the street anywhere where it's legally allowed, and we will not be regulating that, because we don't regulate parking where it's legally allowed, so long as someone is legally parked. For the purposes of calculating how many people they're allowed to have, or how many required off-street parking spaces they're required to have through the permit review process, we're suggesting that we only count on-site. Now, in areas in downtown where somebody physically cannot park cars on site, I suspect you could request the variance, or you could consider modifying this code provision to count up to one space on the street. But again, I think if you allow that in downtown, the best practice would be to allow that everywhere, because otherwise you're going to be choosing an arbitrary boundary about where that's allowed and where it's
I
not.
would allow it across the board and then somehow have some sort of, in the communications in the application process with the homeowner, that if this is abused and cars park continually in front of neighbors' houses, that could be a justification for removing.
I think that would be
Very
impossible to enforce. And again, in areas right now, if you live in downtown, your neighbor can park in front of your house every single day legally. And so,
It's like when Turner has their back to school nights, I can't park in front of my house.
and so anywhere where
Two blocks
parking
away.
is legally allowed on the street, they could park anywhere they wanted to.
But it's
They
a
could park 4
complaint-based
blocks away and walk to the
system,
short-term
right?
rental if they wanted.
So like complaints, I guess I just disagree, but
I think it
I
should
have to
be a
defer to the law. I feel like if it was a lot of complaints about it, then you could make an exception for this would be cause for removal.
I'll say complaints are very challenging to enforce against unless there's some very specific code provisions. And I'll just give you an example. Noise is a good one, right? Our current public nuisance standard is kind of that. There are some specific provisions in there, like if you're 25 feet away from the property line, the noise should be no louder than a conversation between two people. But it does not have a decibel reading as a specific requirement. You can go to that level, but then you start to argue about are the decibel meters calculated, calibrated properly? Are you using decibel A or decibel B? And I only use these as an example because I went through this previously with the permanent use. And it that took a year and a half to negotiate with attorneys in that particular instance. And so there is a reasonableness standard. But in most cases, if something is kind of legally allowed, like parking on the street, if somebody complains that somebody's parking in front of their house too often, there's nothing we will do about it.
Okay.
Nor can you.
Nor can we.
I mean, I am sensitive to what Trustee Albrecht has brought up, and I'm wondering if, because it does seem to penalize folks who don't have a garage, don't have an existing driveway. Is there like a statement we could put in there that says, that essentially would have the intent, and Attorney Smith, you can tell me, go straight to jail because this one will fly muster, pass muster, but if you have a driveway or you have a garage, those are the spots you get to count. If you have none of those, you're allocated one off street as one space.
I think that those are that is a reasonable suggestion that could be easily implemented. Thank you, that's a good one.
Yeah, that I think would work.
There's like when I stayed up in Breckenridge, the VRBO that I stayed at, so they had 2 parking spaces. And if I used the big spaces, I had to go park way downtown.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let me park anywhere else in there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, staff could think about it some more and make sure there's not some loophole there, but the idea would be that, a person who is applying for an STR, if they immediately have to get a variance, they might not, right? Or they might do something illegal, right? And then they would face revocation, but just like allowing it outright, even just with one space, I think would kind of maybe limit even the rare variance we would have to get.
I also think that you can look at it from this perspective, which is you don't have to help anybody do this at all. You set the rules, and if your property is not suitable for a short-term rental, you can't have one.
Yeah.
So, I think what we're saying is, should we go out of our way to make it accessible to any property owner in town Or do we just say, these are the rules that have to be met in order to have a permitted short-term rental, and if your property cannot accommodate them, then you cannot have one.
Yeah.
Right? And that's not unlike, so we do that with all kinds of land
Businesses.
uses, businesses all over town, so that's not an unusual approach to the enforcement.
Sure, okay. How do we feel about what?
Sorry, Amanda.
All right,
May I
please.
just chime in? And keeping in mind that the parking regulations that we have proposed within this draft are based upon community feedback. So we have heard a significant, I would say that parking is one of the higher up concerns that we heard through the questionnaire and through work sessions. That is, I would say, one of the biggest concerns that we have heard. So as you move forward, I would just keep that in mind.
Thank you. I got a question. So with the questionnaire, I don't think we had addresses in there, did we?
No.
Yeah, okay. What if you're gonna do 2 webinars? And I think, my thing is it's probably not that common unless you're in Old Town or I guess a townhome that's limited. I wonder if some of that outreach was people kind of farther away that were worried about this happening, but off-street parking, right?
I don't think I'm following, I'm sorry. So
This is how late it is for me too. I don't know if I'm following myself either. Okay. So could you repeat that? You were saying,
So the parking requirements that we're proposing are based upon
community feedback, okay.
Yes, because that is one of the top concerns that was expressed by the community.
Right, okay. I'm wondering if some of that feedback was from one with HOAs and 2 that were just worried, but they might have already had the on-street parking, or I'm sorry, the big enough driveways, or were just kind of worried about people parking in front of them. Not particularly people speaking up.
I don't know that that was specific in the feedback that we received. I think even in the surveys, parking was a regularly identified concern, irrespective of house size or anything. I
Well,
think
like in the neighborhood you used to live in, they didn't permit on-street parking for even the residences.
That's true, but the town doesn't enforce that on public streets.
Yeah.
Okay.
The HOA might have
There would
rules
be a
for that.
vehicle outside of a residence or a townhome that doesn't have a garage or driveway anyway.
Yeah, and you'd be
We're not-
gone.
It wouldn't be,
Like if it was owner occupied.
yeah, like it's not like it would be, they'd be having additional people, which is the concern, I think, right? Like if you have multiple people, like a party at the house next to you all the time, that parking is too much.
That's a great
Because
point. You're the one out of town, your car's likely gone.
I have
So it'd just be
so many
replaced.
people at my house that drive, there's at least 3 vehicles, on the street.
And the reality is, what we're talking about for required minimum number of parking spaces is really just to set the initial limit for occupancy in that short-term rental. Again, once that short-term rental is in operation, they could park 6 cars in the street if they are legally parked. And we're not going to enforce against that short-term rental.
So you're saying for the application purposes.
It's for application purposes in establishing the max number of occupants in that short-term rental. So if you have
We should have a decision tree.
if you have a 5-bedroom house that might allow the max of 10 occupants, but you only have 2 off-street parking spaces, then the max number of rooms that you could count in the ordinance, the way it's written, is 2, which means you would actually be capped at 6 occupants regardless of the size of the home, right? So it's the more restrictive standard that applies.
What about,
But again, once it's in operation, the occupancy limit will largely be managed by the landlord, and then will be dealt with in code enforcement action if there are cases where the landlord is violating their max cap. But we won't be able to identify that all the time, right? We're not gonna look at every single rental application and then go to the house and knock on the door and check and see how many people are there.
yeah, sure, okay. I think Trustee Kurtz's thing was just in the situations where you can't fit it. Not in everyone, but I think we should just poll and move on. So if we wanna do that, and if not.
And there are a lot of cases in downtown where they may not currently have a driveway, but they absolutely have space to install one off the alley. And in cases where that would be and allowed access, they could construct a driveway that would allow for parking off-site and that would qualify for the short-term rental. So it's not to say that like, there are some properties where it's physically impossible to add parking off-street. But I don't think that's gonna be the case in a lot of instances. So they, somebody could buy a property and choose to add a driveway.
Sure.
Even off the alley or a garage.
Yeah.
To qualify for the required minimum number of parking spaces.
Definitely. I worry about just saying we have ordinances that don't allow cars in backyards, but where do we draw the line? And that's just putting in a pad or a garage, kind of increasing the cost. I mean, if you don't have a driveway, period.
But
yeah,
again, I
this
think
wouldn't
the
apply.
question is, are we trying to make it easier for everyone in town to be able to do this, or are we just setting a minimum criteria to allow for this? Right?
We are trying to make it easier for those that don't have the opportunity of a larger driveway.
I think equitable might be the word. We're just trying to make it equitable.
Okay. How about we do a poll and just
Should I restate the proposal? 'Cause
Sure.
I still want to say, so there's a decision tree of sorts in the code. If you have off-street parking of any sort, that's how it's counted. If you have no off-street parking, you're allotted one space.
Okay, is that clearly? Okay. If people are in favor of that, raise your hand. We got 4. Okay, so that's majority. Is that it for?
And again, if I may, really briefly, this is not an uncommon problem, right? We meet with commercial developers from time to time who want to build a business. Let's say it's a small retail store, we have the required minimum parking standards, and if they can't fit their store and the required minimum parking within all the setbacks and everything else, they can't build that building. That's not uncommon, and we don't go out of our way to say, this doesn't work for them, and we wanna be fair to every commercial property in town, so we're gonna just modify the standard to make it easier. We have a required minimum number of spaces, and if it doesn't fit on the lot, then that building doesn't get built.
Yeah, okay, I think we
See what
just
I-
pulled
you
that
see
so
what
we
I'm
can,
saying?
yeah, but also I think Chris or Administrator Kirk, some of these majority of these are probably downtown in older units. And those are the areas that we wanna promote walkability or at least more short-term rentals. So if we're penalizing them more than the outside ones, it kind of has the opposite effect of we're allowing these more in the exterior areas than in the inner circle.
Or we can almost designate between residential and commercial. Commercial wouldn't have to supply the off-street parking.
So I hate to be the a-hole, but we just polled on this. Is there a strong objection that we didn't think of?
I just wanna make a point, regardless of whether the board moves forward with this. What we're doing by adding this additional spot is we're adding an external impact, not only downtown, but we're adding it everywhere. So everyone, obviously equitably, can count their one on-site parking elsewhere throughout the town. And that's going to create an additional spot on each one of these properties,
Sure.
which is not equitable compared to a lot of our other business operations in town. And I don't think is correct to do here.
Okay.
And make that exception.
Trustee
But
Murphy, could
I
you state
understand.
that again? I'm trying to follow. Yeah. So.
He's saying this would apply everywhere and it's not equitable if people anywhere could have that advantage. I think my counterpoint would that the newer houses, especially after the 70s, are corrected for having a driveway not slammed together. No, you don't agree. Okay.
I don't agree, but that's okay if the board feels that way.
Cool. All right, we polled on that. Who is next? Is that Trustee Wayne? All right.
I have just a couple comments and then one potential amendment. Just understanding, just hearing a lot of concerns from certain areas. It sounds like if they have a metro district or an HOA, they can opt out of this. And so if the majority of the neighborhood doesn't want it, then they don't have it. Conversely, as we look at Old Town, if they don't have an HOA, which I assume they don't, if they don't have a metric district, which I assume they don't, I just think we really need to take into consideration that we're speaking on their behalf, and they don't have the option to opt out. So I really think we need to consider that when we're making that decision,
Sure.
because if others don't like it, I'm out.
Right.
They don't have that. And then
Mistaken, I think it's just you and Trustee Kurtz maybe that are in an HOA.
I am Metro District.
yeah, don't care about myself, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Whatever-
I think
Whatever the neighborhood wants.
Your consideration.
And then I really do, would like to think about, when I think about multifamily housing, and I think about, short-term rental, I feel like, and it's my perception, it's a little more invisible. Um, like a hotel, like a motel, it comes and goes, and you don't feel that, all that stuff going on in a single family home. And so I would like to see actually the 250 feet for multifamily and the 500 feet radius for a single family housing.
Yeah, and the interesting, multifamily too wouldn't have a driveway for each one. Yeah. Okay, is that, anyone have questions on that or counterpoints?
Yeah, I was gonna actually, came by my turn, I was actually gonna suggest that we take it down to 200 feet, because like in the older part of town, that would keep it to one block, one thing per block, because at 250 feet, you kind of start straying over to the other blocks, but we talked about that too, about how many houses between each unit. And I don't know, just looking at the Old Town layout, I think 200 feet would be adequate, but I'd almost suggest even going to 0, especially in the commercially zoned areas.
Okay, yeah, I think we're good. They're related. Okay, Trustee or Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Oh, I would kind of piggyback on that. My feelings in general are to drop down. I think 500 is a bit onerous. 250 or 200, I'd be willing to consider. I think it's important. A lot of people want these setbacks. The impact is considerable, certainly in single-family neighborhoods and stuff. Another aspect of this that kind of got brought up earlier was, how do we feel about them existing in like the same townhome or quadplex? I certainly don't want to create any kind of carve out for that necessarily. I think it's important we retain our middle housing, as well as ADUs for that affordability factor, for that diversity factor. So I would not be supportive of any of those kind of carve outs, but I think reducing it down to 250, it feels right. Or somewhere around there. 500 just seems like a heck of a lot.
Okay. Trustee Wing, is that for the most part
You could
satisfy your
get,
point?
you could get 4 houses in 400 feet, so if you got it down to that, you could have every other house.
Depending on the density of
That's exactly right. That's why, yeah.
But is that phrase, it doesn't have to answer your question, was that what you're kind of talking about?
We might even be, no.
No, okay, you're talking about just multi-unit.
I'm, in 500 feet, you could have an entire townhouse complex. And I'm just saying, and so you'd only have 1 unit. And I'm saying I'd like to make that a little less restrictive for the more
To
condensed
piggyback
area.
on that, that's where I was kind of getting at earlier.
Are you,
'cause like
I
if
just,
like
are
if
you,
I wanted
are
to
you
duplex-
speaking to my position? No, seriously.
No, yeah,
'Cause I
to
couldn't-
the townhome thing.
Yeah.
The one per like an entire complex, that's kind of why I brought up the whole thing, because like we have so many attached homes now. Situation where someone could go in and buy the whole attached home, they own the left and the right. Could they then turn both units into a short-term rental because they're the entire property owner? So
No,
that's
one
kind
per
of what I was-
property, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has
That's what I
nothing-
was
it's
trying to
not
get
tied
at.
to property
Yeah, because there's still 2 different titles.
That's right.
When you have-
Duplexes, townhomes, those are individual lots or individual properties. Apartments, the distinction, this question came up earlier, I don't know that it got answered, but I'll just reiterate. The difference between an apartment and like a multifamily townhome project, so townhomes are individually owned. Apartments are all owned in common by one owner, and then all of those units are rented.
Okay.
You understand? Does that make does that make sense in the difference? So that's why we're saying apartments are not appropriate in any case for short-term rental, because they're already rentals. Because they're owned in common by one, all of those units are owned by one property owner, right?
And it's likely in those scenarios too, that the property owner, the management company probably in their own lease agreements don't allow
Short-term rental probably anyway, yeah.
So.
It doesn't solve condos, but I don't know, it does it, because condos are kind of individually owned, but I don't
Condos
know
are
if we have
individually
that.
owned, yeah, so condos are a little different.
Okay, so if it was just a condo, would you want that reduction?
Condo or townhouse, multifamily.
Yeah, multifamily that's not part of 1 unit. Why not?
Yeah, vote on it, if people want it,
I'm in favor of 250 as across the board
I am,
as the setback.
I am too, is it, okay, let's
I
do
was
it.
going for 200 based on the Old Town Block style.
Oh, shoot, okay, so
And
two
just
fifty.
just so that you understand scale, you know, using the Heron Lakes townhomes as an example, because I think it's probably the easiest. It's about 250 feet from the center of the park in the middle of that to the edge of the project. So in general, even a 250-foot radius would probably cover most, if not all, of that townhome complex.
Okay.
Depending on where the unit's located, right? If it's at one edge, then the other edge might be outside of that radius. If it's right in the center, it may prohibit all townhomes.
So clarification.
Just something to be mindful of. I'm not saying I think that's good or bad.
Yep.
So clarification on the radius. So the edge of the circle here, there's one house just outside the circle. Would they be able to apply for it, or would their circle cross the other circle and they would not be allowed?
So from the residents that's highlighted, if they're outside that circle, then they could apply.
Okay, so it's not.
Because it's not touching, it's not.
So it wouldn't touch the house that's got the permit.
So trustee, Hardy, would you want to start out with a 200 or you?
I'm gonna start out with 200.
Okay.
Just based on Old Town.
Support that.
And then if that fails, we'll go to a 250 and try that.
Just
that
for
work?
clarification, is that 200 for everything, or is that 200 for?
200 for everything.
200
Planet
everything.
Herman, could you go to the Heron Lakes image?
Can I,
Yeah, go ahead.
can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Because since this isn't the final reading, is it possible for us to postpone setting a number and in the upcoming meeting have more graphics like this with various different distances so we can get a better idea of how
Yes.
they all look? And then we
Okay.
can make a
Except
decision.
in the
So we're
upcoming
clear.
meeting, don't we have to make the decision?
You can have 12 more meetings about this topic before you approve anything.
Yeah, cause I'm,
Obligation to approve it tonight, the next meeting, or any other time.
cause I'm also in favor of lowering the distance, but it's gonna look different in different parts of town. And kind of based on your comment where HOAs in district can set their own more stringent or just completely ban them, but we are responsible for the people who live outside of it. And
Right.
since parking and congestion and congestion is such a concern, I think we need to be careful to see what that looks like in those uncovenanted sections of town. So I'd like, these graphics are amazing.
Okay.
And I don't wanna sort of make a judgment on what does 200 feet look like in Prairie Star versus what does 200 feet look like in Fickle Farm, unless I have a kind of a better understanding of what that's going to look like in different sections. So that if we do set a specific number, we have an idea of what that is going to affect across the town, if that makes sense.
I support that, so like, get a 400 radius, well, is that what you're
Yeah,
asking
I
the
can do a
staff to
whole
do?
gamut. I can go
Yeah.
all the way up to 1,000 feet. I can do a whole gamut, so. that
Okay,
all
great.
is
Let's pull on that. So let's just for clear direction for staff. Sounds like we're all in favor anyway. But for Planner Hillenbrand to do anything from a 200 up to 1,000 or something, or 200 up to that's a ton of work.
Can we say,
2, 4, and 6.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
2, 4, and 6.
We already have.
Just point of
dates.
clarification, on the October 13th, isn't that when we're making the decision?
No, I-
Oh, okay, okay.
Scheduled it.
In fact, I think the
Okay.
audience is
I thought
preferring.
that would put us on the spot, here it is, here's all the stuff, now trying to make a
But we
decision.
could, just because we didn't figure it out all tonight, we could still do it on the 13th.
Okay, unless we schedule it as a study session.
200, 400, 600, I think.
Okay.
Is that-
Raise your hand if you're.
Hey, we
Let's all raise your hand if you're in favor.
Yeah, that sounds
1, 2, trustee Albrecht, okay, no, okay, you were, okay, great, now it's gonna go through. Trustee Wing?
May I make just one?
Yes, please.
So I know we keep referring back to covenants and, HOAs and metro districts can make a decision to make more restrictive. I think the key is just operating under the assumption that no metro district or HOA is gonna adopt regulations otherwise. I think it's smart to just proceed that
I think it's more
with the
certain.
assumption that these are applicable across the town. And it's regardless of what HOAs or metro districts are doing.
Yes.
I think it's important
I think that's very fair.
to just
Awesome.
remember that.
Alright, thank you for clarifying. Trustee Wing, anything else? It's not here, alright, Trustee Ayers.
I mean, I don't really have anything on top of that, I just, a couple of things as far as the process goes. I mean, the past couple conversations have been a lot of my concerns, but if we decide to move forward this, I just want to make sure that since most of the comments and most of the complaints about these properties have been rather specific, I just want to make sure that during the process, if we do move forward with them, that staff and enforcement and the HOAs and the members of the community at large are very specifically informed and understand that these are not event spaces. You may have people there. This is not to hold a wedding. You may have a wedding party there, but you're not doing anything on the property. You may have a birthday party there, but or you may have people staying there who are in town to do something, but an event is not allowed at these places. I also want to make sure that that if once again if we move forward that and I trust that they are. I just wanted to make sure I say this specifically that staff is communicating with HOA and district boards that these are the specific regulations and you have the ability to deny them or you have the ability to follow them because it seems like beyond the density of these things besides parking, besides bad neighbors, it seems like communication has been a serious concern. I mean, especially with the Don Sante Bay folks, right? It's those things should not have existed. Like the people who were operating those short-term rentals were breaking two sets of regulations, right? Not only were they breaking the town regulation, they were also breaking their own HOA regulation. And so these folks should never have had to come to us in the first place because those things should have been operating based on two sets of regulations. And I just want to make sure that
going forward,
it's very clear to all of the parties involved.
The consequences.
Correct.
Is that Planner Johnson?
Mayor Karsbeck, if I may, and town trustees. So after the outcome of tonight's meeting, every HOA that we know of or Metro District will be receiving a letter indicating this is what was decided at the town board of trustees meeting, giving them notice. Here's a link to the regulations. You have a choice. You need to do your work, but we're doing our work.
After tonight's meeting or after we adopt an ordinance?
After years.
Okay, thank you.
Because-
That's really good to hear.
Because right now, they're not allowed. We
Right.
don't need to notify them that they're not allowed, they're just not allowed.
Totally awesome. Thank you for clarifying that too, both of you. Is that just yours?
Yeah, I think everything else was covered in the previous discussions for me. I didn't have any.
Awesome. Thank you. Trustee Kurtz?
Yeah, I just wanna thank staff again for all the hard work that they put in. I think it was obviously very complicated, kind of goes without saying, to try to get this put together. I don't have any specific edits that I want at this point. I really appreciate Trustee Ulrich suggesting a 1-year review. I would even say if something just isn't working, bring it to us sooner, like a 6-month review. I've kind of hit on it, but just, if Old Town seems to be not impacted, in a way that we didn't totally figure out, if small quote smaller B&Bs or in some communities STR hosted B&Bs STR hosted by definition are seeing if they're not working under the B&B definition, bring that to us so that we can add a definition of STR hosted. I'm operating under the assumption that there is some parity between those two right now, but if it turns out that they're not, we're getting complaints. I would just like to be kept abreast of that.
Awesome. Yeah.
So appreciate the 1 year, but I would go even more aggressive.
I think that's just already how we operate. If staff gets a ton of complaints, comes to us. If we get a ton of complaints, we'll get on it. But I get.
Yeah, thank you. That's it.
Everyone else agree with that?
Well,
Okay.
in all fairness, we didn't hear about the complaints until after the cease and desist were issued. So we would like to know before there's a major issue, for this specific incident especially. And I'm not faulting you, it's a growing pain.
There was only one complaint, not one complaint, but there was one property that was being complained about. So this was not a consistent, repeated problem throughout town. This occurred with one property that kind of created a bigger issue.
Right.
But
All the more.
certainly when there are repeat offenses or repeat issues with the code, we'll certainly bring that to you.
Thank you.
There's outliers all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. That work?
Yeah, and I just wanna say real quick that I think that this whole thing didn't just come about because of a negative issue, but an opportunity, a birth, a growing and having a need and demand, and we're just responding to it. And
Absolutely. I mean, we had this on a board priority before that in our retreat, so as much you guys might not agree, I think you helped out a lot too by speaking up. This wouldn't have happened or would have taken a lot longer. So was that good for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Trustee Hardy.
One other concern that I thought about as well was the one about multiple people with the same address or corporations or businesses being able to apply for a short-term rental, having more than one license per person by some sort of weird loophole. They form a corporation, they have a wife apply, they have a son apply.
But wouldn't that be one per property no matter what?
I don't know, but
So
that's definitely
property-
something to bring
The
up.
way the draft is written, I'm sorry.
Oh, please.
It's that a property owner cannot, sorry, my brain's starting to.
No way.
Um,
You're a human being.
A property owner cannot hold more than 2 short-term rental business licenses at any given time. And yeah, the concern
Person or
was,
property owner.
so a
Could a husband
property
and wife
owner,
have 4?
right, so that could be a potential loophole.
Or they form LLCs. I think when you try to play that out, it's easy to say we need to close that loophole. It's a lot harder to say how to close that loophole.
And once that started, can it not be stopped, or is this something we could catch in a 6-month or 1-year review?
We'll know because we'll have the property owner's name when they apply, and we'll know, we'll know if that legal property owner has more than 2 or is applying for more than 2. But if,
So that's something we might want to address right now,
Yes.
or direct you guys
prior
look
to
into it.
adoption of the
Right.
regulation, if you think that's a concern, yes, we should do that prior to.
Okay. Has everyone feel about having staff look into that prior to the adoption?
Yep.
Okay. Great.
Yes.
Wait, sorry, do that again. I don't know if we had 4. Oh, okay, great. Anything else, Trustee Hardy?
And then my other concern was the whole, I apply, I miss one little document or I forgot to submit it or something like that, and then I get spit out to the end of the line. I've seen things like that happen before where I don't wanna accuse anybody of anything, but how does that?
Sure.
I just think that someone should have like some due diligence of like, well, you've got 24 hours to correct your application before we move on to the next person in line or something. I don't know.
Sure.
I just think there's
My
just some
counterpoint
really
is
subtle paperwork issues. I mean, we're seeing it right here tonight. We're all kind of getting a little foggy brained.
Yeah.
And people are gonna be applying for the first time ever and through the process. So I think we should at least have a little leeway so that we're not so harsh, because I think that's just gonna cause more emails to us saying, well, I turned everything in. I know I turned everything in and I was rejected for one little.
Right.
So
I think,
corrected in 5 minutes.
We would love to reasonably apply that standard.
But I'd like to just have something just to kind of.
That doesn't always turn out. that
Sure.
way.
I mean, you
But
apply
that's
for a
just a
job
concern.
and you screw up on your application, not your HR team's not
I'm
gonna
just-
say.
Well, isn't there an
Expressing
initial
concern.
submittal process for like our
Human error.
developments, and then there's staff comment, and then another submittal?
You're talking about like if a
Concern that-
signature's missed or soming or checks off.
Like a
The
clerical
concern
error.
that trustee Hardy is articulating is if, let's say you were the 49th person to apply,
Yeah,
and then we deemed your application incomplete and tossed you out, but now you've dropped out of that, 50 cap number,
because you
when it
were
may have
last
been a
year's date.
simple clarification or a simple correction on the application. Certainly, we would love to be reasonable about those things. Then the person who's 51st, when we're reasonable, we mad that we allowed someone to submit an incomplete application, but I think that's just the reality of life.
Maybe give them 24 to 48 hours
That's
to
what I'm saying, is like,
fix
give them a little
first
grace.
before you drop them, yeah.
Yeah, I think some of that can be dealt with in terms of implementation of policy. Like, we're not gonna capture every specific detail of every step and every decision in this code. So staff is gonna have to make a reasonable determination. We'll outline that in the process for application. But we're gonna have to go through and create that process in the context of this code. Maybe it won't work.
And this might be also good to remember that we hit 30, we might not hit 50 right away. So when we implement this eventually,
Yeah, but the competition's gonna be neighbor on neighbor.
the 50 cap is the cap. I'm just saying this might give staff a little bit of time to look into this. I understand missing a signature totally, but if you're not following directions, I think that's on you.
And I think we didn't have 50 operating illegally.
Right.
And I think we're assuming that everyone will suddenly turn their house into a short-term rental.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
agree.
not gonna happen.
That was my point.
So I think it's unlikely that we're gonna have a rush of 150 new short-term rental applications the day this goes into effect, but it's certainly possible. I just don't see that being a reality.
Yeah, I'm seeing less problem with that other than, my concern is the people that are, there's like two that are within 200 feet of each other. One gets bumped out and one gets bumped in.
One thing that I've been thinking about tonight and that we will propose, I'll go ahead and throw it out, you can consider, we don't need to debate it tonight, but I think that there needs to be a reasonable allowance for, as a good example, like the code allows staff to approve, incursions into the setbacks of up to 2 feet, I think is how the code's written. Or it's a percentage of the setback, and I think that same thing will need to apply in this buffer zone, right? Like within a reasonable percentage, if the buffer is 200 feet, we probably should have a provision in there that says, but a variance to that 200 foot number can be applied by staff up to 10% or whatever, 20
over 5
feet, or 10%, so it's 5 feet, whatever that number is, right? I'm having a hard time doing math right now.
No, I get it.
So that if it's 199 feet away, that there is practically zero difference to anyone in the world between 200 and 199. And so there should be some allowance for staff to make a reasonable judgment in a percentage.
Definitely. I think the reasonableness question
Thinking
answers
out loud, that came up in my mind tonight. I think that's something we can
Good
add
point.
prior to the next meeting.
That's a good point. I think the reasonableness addresses a lot of this, and I think you guys would generally err on be able to decide what's reasonable as far as an application being off a signature versus totally missed it, and there's good ones behind it. I think Trustee Hardy's point is, where is that line? And I think we're not gonna be able to figure out that line tonight, but maybe Trustee Hardy, if you wanna think about like a criteria, we could look into that next meeting. If passionate, or am I just totally off? Do you have any ideas right now what you're talking about?
No, my concern was just if I turn in an application and I missed one little thing, it's like I left that at home, or I don't want to be kicked out of the front desk of town hall or from my email, and I at least want to have like a fix-it opportunity, like give them one fix-it opportunity. Don't just kick them to the end of the line because my neighbor 4 doors down might be applying as well. And
I understand what you're suggesting, Trustee Hardy. I think we can propose a reasonable fix to that problem.
Okay. I think 24 is great too, so 24 hours, whatever for you. Great, you got that, we're looking into it. Mayor, yes, plan.
Town staff already applies a reasonableness, whatever, factor when we're reviewing our applications. And if somebody forgets to sign an application, we let them know. If somebody forgets something, but if you're forgetting X, Y, and Z that are on the checklist, no.
Yeah, I think that's the reasonableness there.
There is a difference between an incomplete application and a clerical error.
Right, I think we all agree on the reasonableness. I think Trustee Hardy, I don't wanna speak for you. We've rolled out some policy in the past that was new policy, and a business owner got caught in the middle of that. And Trustee Hardy and I had a meeting with him and with Administrator Kirk, and we agreed that some of that was kind of confusing. So we understood why some of that was missing, but we did correct that. So I guess that falls under what's reasonable.
Especially with the new process, like there's gonna be some need
that's
for
what I'm saying.
clarification or to find, the exact document that's needed or,
Yeah, it was-
like there's just,
How's the sign
it
go
may
to,
not
yeah.
be,
Won't be
just
perfect right
clerical
again.
errors, it might be, I need additional time to understand and, provide the needed documents, the first time around especially.
Definitely.
While it may not appear this way to everyone, I can assure you, our goal is to always be reasonable in the application of the rules.
Yeah.
And
You wouldn't be an
usually
awesome town administrator and still with us if it was to be totally unreasonable.
we try not to be ultra hardliners in places where we feel like there's reason not to be.
Absolutely.
But we also understand that sometimes that means you make a reasonableness judgment and other people disagree with it, and then there's some, some other feeling to it.
Yeah, and then if they're really passionate, they bring it to a trustee or staff.
And that's usually where it goes. It comes to a board meeting and then we have an opportunity to discuss it.
Thank you. Trustee Hardy, anything else?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I want to thank everyone in the audience for bearing with us tonight. I really want to thank staff for the phenomenal job they've done on this. I think it is a really solid foundation to build from. I have very few criticisms of it. Beyond that, I really appreciate the whole survey results that were delivered and how it's informed the draft that's been presented to us, along with, you know, the follow-on public webinars. I think those are gonna be excellent. Outside of, I do have serious concerns over the parking externalities. But aside from that, I think we're on track, and I just wanted to bring it back to what we kind of started with, which was good policy with speed, and I want to keep that in mind. I know we want to get this right, we want to do a good job, but it also behooves us to move as fast as possible on this to get it done. So I would like to hopefully wrap this up the next meeting. If not, that's understandable.
You were talking about this has to balance with other development reviews you're doing and stuff that you might don't wanna push to other developers off or other things going on. Is that possible? We call this a priority that goes ahead and we have to tell those developers to just hold off?
So what my whole point to that is that when the applications do start coming in, so once you adopt it, if you do adopt it August 13th, and it will go into effect 30 days later, which is standard. Once those applications come in, we just recognize that there will be a balance. This will just be another land use
Sure.
application essentially that we'll have to review. So we may not be able to just turn it around overnight.
No, I'm sorry, not at all. I just meant in the consideration of this draft.
Yeah, I think I think this is a priority, I think clearly to the board, to the community. We have no issues with that from a policymaking standpoint. I think Tom was only referencing once those applications start coming in.
Yes, yeah, and that's all, yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. No, I totally got that. Yeah.
And what we've heard tonight is there isn't anything that is going to take a big amount of time to bring back to you in a month.
Awesome. Thanks.
Can I just make one additional observation?
Huh?
With the bed and breakfast conversation and the ADU, I think it's fair to say that those are important topics to come back to us later very quickly after this process, and so that if we kind of remove it from this process, we could come back and address those very quickly too. I think that would help us to designate our attention to just this and then proceed with the domino effect of those other rental opportunities. Does that jive with the board?
Maybe we could,
Sounds like we do need further discussion on bed and breakfast and
Yeah.
inns and.
I have confusion with ADU too, so I would agree. I don't know. Maybe we could think about that or we could just decide that tonight. I don't know. Okay, sounds like we're in favor of kind of bringing that back too after this is going on.
Just separate from this, so we could get this done, and then we're just mentioning that those are gonna be an important topic.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we gotta keep in mind your staff load, our retreat priorities on this. And also that kind of relates to tourism. There's a lot to juggle here, but I think we could talk about getting that on an agenda and whenever this is done, go on next. Yeah, cool.
That's all I've got.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I agree. Mr. Evans, I really came in here thinking you guys would be totally, or most of those satisfied, that now the onus is on the property owners that want an Airbnb to prove that to the board, in your metro. I really want to also your specific points on these, your emails, responsiveness has been awesome. And I'm sorry if we disagree on some of these points. And I know you guys' heart is really to protect the community now and look at other areas beyond yours. No doubt about it in my mind. Also, I just want to, we're so lucky to have you, Planner Hillenbrand, really are. Your experience on this, this was never going to be easy, and you would know more than anyone in Northern Colorado. So thank you for that. The website's awesome. I mean, this could have been a total 4-year joke or something. So, but we got you, and we're able to wrap this up. Get close. Same with you, Director Johnson, Administrator Kirk as well. I really appreciate staff on this. So those are my own two. I think you adjusted the two things. I'm really confused on why we don't call a single bedroom a short-term rental. I also am kind of confused on ADUs just for affordability. Those are separate things. Oh, and bed and breakfast. I think we've heard that twice tonight. And those are real businesses. And 128 Mountain sounds right on Main Street. Anyway, I agree with all those. That, are we good? Thank you. That's it. All I have. Anything else? Clarification from staff?
I think we're good.
I think we're all a little woozy right now. I'm about to say good morning. Awesome. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone in the audience. I'm sorry. Okay, we can move on to report. Yeah, are we going to make you considering a decision tonight, Administrator Kirk? Nope. Okay, let's move on to reports here. And we'll start off. We'll start off with Trustee Hardy.
I don't think
Yeah, it's all right. If you come
Get
to
all my little organizations mixed up in my head.
yeah, I get it. If it comes to you, we can come back. Trustee Kirk.
No reports today.
All right, Trustee Ayers.
I've been in contact with the scouts. The bat houses are moving forward. They're continuing to talk with CSU. I told the gentleman that the next step is really for him to just get together a proposal and present it to Port. And as soon as he does that, I will have feedback for you guys. And then I think the next step after that would be for him to bring it before us. So it's kind of in his court right now.
Timeline, yeah.
Secondly, I just wanted to, based on the consent agenda, the monthly report, I just want to say how well all of the staff and maintenance and all the crews around town are doing. Town looks great, flowers look great, streets look great. I've heard nothing but good comments this year on all of the aesthetics of town. And I think that anybody who's driving through or visiting, and for everyone who lives here, that everything is going well and there's been no complaints. It seems like everything is dressed, so.
Yeah, that's it. Really, to second that, downtown is just incredible with all the sidewalk. Keith has been so
Keith
good.
Knoll and his streets and parks and open space teams are doing a fantastic job.
Right, yeah. It's just the amount of sidewalk work going on right now. Then that turns into driveway work.
Oh yeah.
It's awesome. And, yeah, everything else you guys do. Trustee Wayne.
I was out of town for a week in Minneapolis, just got back today. And my flowers, my yard stuff was hammered. Neighbors' garages were all smashed in. Did everybody get as much hail?
No, mine was just a drop.
Yeah.
I'm getting all the insurance calls, but
My neighbor sent me a picture,
Yeah.
and his garage looks like someone got a machine gun and blasted his whole. There's just holes through everything. So,
I was on the community Facebook page too. Someone else, so I think it definitely hit the north side of town hard.
yeah,
So
so
anyhow,
nice to be
on the
back,
south
and I
side,
don't have anything
we
else.
got a little hail, but it was like.
Was it big? I mean, was it? What was
It was like, I don't even know, like pea size, and then the hail part was like a minute. And then that
No
was it.
kidding.
Yeah, that was it for the, at
We
least for
we
my
got a
house.
bunch of marble to golf ball size hail out at our house on the west.
Golf
side of
ball?
our-
Dang.
Big.
You did?
What type you guys did,
It was a
sorry?
it was a mix, but it was it was definitely bigger than like small marbles.
Yeah, like denting things and take out window.
Yeah,
I had this planter in front of my house. It had geraniums this big. It looked like 100 deer came up and ate it down to the dirt. That's how bad it got pounded.
Wow.
Yeah. So anyhow,
Welcome back. You have anything? Okay.
good.
Awesome. Trustee Albrecht.
It's okay. You just say May too. I don't have anything.
Okay.
I'm too tired.
I think you did. I totally agree with your youth advisory kind of
I'll
direction.
bring that up next. We're gonna have a meeting on the 7th, and after they're gonna just kind of talk about
Talk about it
future
amongst
things,
themselves.
and then I'll bring that back. the
Okay,
next
great.
meeting.
Staff and Trustee Albrecht are looking at a kind of new direction for them. So that's awesome. You guys are doing this. Thanks. I just appreciate all y'all. The only thing I brought up, Administrator Kirk's going to bring up permission to get veteran conference room kind of on the agenda, just to have a discussion on this and a presentation by the VFW. But I just want to let you know I sent out pictures of that right now. I promised I would. But if you're on your email, you'll see what Administrator Kirk's going to talk about. Other than that, yeah, thank you guys.
Just wanted to jump in.
Oh, gee, yeah, kind of.
Sorry.
I forgot you.
No, I wanted to bring up Trustee Albrecht. I don't know if you want to bring it up to the Youth Advisory Committee. any interest on kind of committee ambassadors, whether they want to proceed with that or not.
One of the things they're looking at right now is kind of implementing more of an advisory-based committee, moving toward that, and, you know, convening with some of the other neighboring cities and how their youth advisory communities are structured, and just, so they're gonna have that conversation in the upcoming meeting, but I think that, I definitely bring that up and see what their feeling is, so thank you.
And then Trustee Ayers, thank you for following on with the scouts with the bathhouses. Other things I wanted to bring up, we're coming up on September, clerk tomorrow, we can send those notices out for kind of applications and stuff. I've got 4 on tree that are coming up that we're a little nervous about. But let's see, what else?
Lorax is gonna bring the heat.
Yeah. No, I wanted to bring up, one of the citizens sent an email out regarding kind of painting, striping on Welch along with pedestrian improvements. I know we're kind of late in the year for any kind of improvements probably. I don't know if there's any money in the pocket for that kind of thing, but has staff kind of discussed any kind of striping projects for this year or next year with any remaining funds?
It's like bike striping?
Or pedestrian painting.
The parallel parking. I don't know if I meant
parallel
diagonal parking
Welch.
or on Welch.
Or elsewhere.
I assume she meant parallel. Parallel parking's already allowed, but it's not identified with the T markers, right? Typically, where you have parallel parking on street, in a more urban setting, you'll have the little hash marks to identify the spaces. You can already parallel park on Welch, but like I said, they're just not marked. I do, you know, we could add some crosswalk designations and other stuff in kind of key intersections. I saw the email, I just really hadn't had time to digest it, so. Yeah, I think the short answer is, we have money to do striping this year and next year. It just depends on how extensive we wanna go and what we wanna do, we just need to work through that.
Yeah. How does that affect like boats, truly golf carts and stuff?
That shouldn't make any difference really.
That's all I've got.
One more thing, I know Keith's super busy, but Brian brought up that Keith still hasn't got the light, the dark sky meter up. He said he's super busy. I don't doubt him. But that means Brian might have to drive out from Loveland at night, or you know, I'm going back out to that farm and take a nightly.
I appreciate that. I spoke to Brian about that a couple weeks ago. I need to follow up with him.
Yeah, and I don't doubt Keith because I'm doing all that downtown. But maybe we can get a streets guy out there.
I'm sure we can figure it out.
It's truly, I think, just drilling in 4 screws on that structure.
We can figure it out.
All right, turn it over to staff.
So the request that Mayor Carspec referenced earlier, there's a lack of veterans gathering space in town. There's been a space identified immediately to the south of Ace Hardware. It's on the basement floor, but it has an exterior, actually has 2 entrances, one kind of through glass boards. You can access one side and then one exterior entrance. They'd like to lease that space from the property owner to set up some veteran meeting space, to have a place for veteran support services that are kind of located, you know, have a spot in town, and also to help grow their organization, to be able to provide, you know, additional services and those types of things. We've met with them. They are hoping for some financial support from the town to be able to do that. But there are some accessibility challenges. There's no elevator, it is downstairs. So I think there's a handful of issues that we need to talk through. We'd like to put them on the agenda to do a presentation at the next meeting. If there's at least 3 trustees that support that, then we'll add that to the list, so. Trustee Ayers. So,
It's kind of a low number. I mean, maybe not, but beyond all the other work.
so they'll come and make a presentation. We'll add them to the agenda so they're not limited in that kind of 3-minute public presentation time, and we'll do that on our next agenda. So thank you for that support. Next week is a 5th Tuesday in the month. So just as a reminder, when we have 5th Tuesdays, there's a 2-week break between meetings instead of a 1 week. So our next town board meeting is August 13th, just so that you're aware.
Thank you.
Because of the 5th Tuesday. We did solicit proposals for the sustainability plan. You guys approved that RFP. We received 3 good responses back, and we've done some interviews, and we have a preferred consultant that we'll recommend to you at an upcoming meeting. Just want to let you know that is moving forward. And then, as an update, in case anyone's wondering, we went through the process to initiate a bond refinancing for our wastewater bonds, if you'll recall, to save money without extending our repayment period. There's a set of criteria in the ordinance which you approved that authorizes us to do that we cannot issue bonds without that criteria being met. We're close to that threshold because of current interest rates, so we've been holding off on doing our S&P ratings call because we don't want to do that too early in the process. So we're still kind of in holding mode because we really want to make sure that when we do this, that it generates some real savings for the town, the ratepayers. We do have that S&P ratings call scheduled for the end of, or early next month, early August, with the hope that the interest rates and timing will be good. And if they're not, we'll go ahead and reschedule again. We've actually rescheduled twice, just kind of holding until all of those criteria are met and we have a very comfortable margin that we can absolutely issue those that refinancing at good savings. So just an update in case anybody's wondering. That's where we're at there.
I just got a text earlier about a cat 3 days in a sewer right now, and I guess the fire department said not our problem. Do you, I don't know if we get a human through that, but sounds awful. 2 more days, I think, screaming and then dying.
Maybe Chief knows.
Oh, good. I just got this thing.
So it's been on Facebook. One of our deputies went out, looked at the cat. Probably still in there because it's a confined space issue. I took a quick measurement without knowing where the end of it is. It's probably over 500 feet long, so we don't know where the cat's at. Sounds like one of the local plumbing companies actually crawled into the pipe today and tried to get to the cat, but the cat ran away. So the cat's still able to function, so it'll probably come out on its own. But because of the confined space issue, an unknown exit, the fire department was unwilling to do so, and the sheriff's department does not have the proper safety equipment to enter a confined space like that.
I mean, yeah, so it can come out on its own. It can go up.
Likely, there's no guarantee, but the cat ran away from the plumber who chose to risk his own
Gotcha.
life.
Can we install
So it's not going down like 5 feet, 10 feet.
No, it's in the alley near Chokeberry, and then it enters one area and continues to go east from there.
Okay.
It's probably 500 feet long. Just on
That's
the
reasonable.
So
It's not like, yeah, it's gotta run out.
it probably goes into the stormwater system somewhere else, but I don't know where it comes out at. So.
Cats are pretty small town problems, I've heard.
I was about to volunteer myself, but
When
if
I
that
was
cat
at
can.
the fire department, we rescued a baby goat out of a drain pipe, and that, it made it to England news. And so I told the guy, cause if they make the news, they have to buy each other a steak, and so there was like this upped ante of what they had to do if they made it across the ocean, but.
With the unknown location of the cat in the size of and the diameter of the pipe, it was a safety risk for the fire to send anybody in. So probably a good choice not to do that.
Remember your name on it, otherwise I can pull their contract. Awesome, thank you. Makes total sense. Are you getting responses about your day-long sheriff's meeting? Sorry,
The presentation?
yes, the contract, communities.
No, I think I've gotten yours. I just wanted to remind everybody that I did send that invite. We did have to change the date because whenever the date was picked, it was coinciding with the county fair, which is a pretty staffing intensive process for us. So they had to change the date. So August the 10th from 8:30 in the morning till 3 p.m. and to come and see what the sheriff's office does. Those of you that attended last year, it was
fun.
pretty well received. So if anybody is available, please do
Like
come.
with a video game, you gotta have a gun, so.
Yeah,
It's a simulator.
do the simulator. So
Cool, yeah, if you guys can make it, respond to Chief. Thank you. Anything else, Attorney Smith?
Alicia Garcia, my associate, will be here at the next meeting.
Okay, August, oh yeah. Okay, thank you. We could take a 5-minute break, but before that, we gotta move into executive session. We did report, so for the audience, we'll just adjourn from executive session. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
I'll do it.
Please.
Pursuant to CRS section 24.64024E1, to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing a strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators. And the following details are provided: potential property acquisition.
Is there a second?
Second.
Clerk, may I roll call vote?
Trustee Lee? Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Garrett?
Yes.
Trustee Kurtz?
Sure.
Trustee Brady?
Yes.
Mayor Hardwick?
Yes. Hey, is there also a motion to extend to 11:15 except for
So
11?
moved.
Okay, is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Killing it. All right, thank you guys.